everyone for coming out. This sack for the season, tied for first place. Let's give them a big round.
As the Chukars look to make it 3 straight over Billings. Our Toyota pregame show guest tonight is the guy who picked up the win last night and maybe one of the best relief pitchers in the Pioneer League. We're talking John Nunnally Jr. and Noah Moore will talk with John Nunnally Jr. coming up in 30 seconds.
This is the Toyota pregame show. Our guest tonight is John Nunnally Jr. Last night, he earned the win in tossing 2 innings of hitless baseball. He struck out the side in the top of the 9th, ending the win, getting the Chukars the 7-5 win. John, good outing for you out of the bullpen. You've been quite effective out there. Even your last 3 outings out of the pen, you have not walked a batter. What's been behind your successes of late?
Just really working on some mechanical adjustments, being a little bit more directional toward the plate, and then actually having 3 effective pitches, being the fastball, slider, and curveball. Recently, I usually have, one pitch might be off, one pitch, might not be moving the way I want it to, but the last couple outings, things have been dialed in and kind of moving the way I want them to be able to, use them in any count pretty much.
The bullpen in this series has been quite effective. I talked with Keegan McGinnis last night, who almost threw an immaculate inning, struck out the side in the top with the bases loaded. What's the mindset in the bullpen coming out and just delivering out there for the Chukars?
So shout out to Keegan. I mean, he had one of the most impressive innings I think I've ever seen on a baseball field, to come in with the bases loaded and to strike out the side on just 10 pitches. I think we just have a lot of confidence. You know, we've had a lot of outings this year, so I think it just comes with experience. You know, like our bullpen. You know, we have some experienced guys. We also have some young guys as well, like Keegan, who is super talented. So just kind of having them go out there pretty often and pitch more often to where they just get a little bit more comfortable in those scenarios. So when they go out there, they have just so much confidence just to go after batters. And I think that's been the huge part for us in the bullpen, is just realizing that you can attack hitters and not to shy away from contact and things like that. So, yeah.
So one of the big moments for you earlier in the season was back in Kalispell, where you picked up the save, your first save of the year, on your birthday. Walk me through that moment.
It was fun, man. I really wanted to pitch that day. It's always nice to be able to play baseball on your birthday, you know. So it's cool to go out there, especially at a beautiful field like Kalispell, to go out there. It was a nice hot day out there on the turf, but it was a lot of fun, man. I wasn't for sure if I was going to pitch that day because I think I pitched the night before, I believe. But I knew to be ready, and I was. So it was a lot of fun to be able to pitch on my birthday.
All right, John Nunnally Jr., he was the winning pitcher from last night's game. He'll be in the bullpen for your Chukars. More on the Toyota pregame show when we come back on KSPZ. Asking what big moment on...
Leading off for the Mustangs, it'll be Cruz Taylor. He'll play in center field. Abraham Mao will play third base. He bats second. Jacob Klein bats third. He plays second base. Gabe Wartz is the cleanup man for the Mustangs. He plays in left field. Andrew Fernandez is catching. He bats fifth. Brian Pereira will go to first base, make his first start there. He bats sixth in the lineup. Jordan Barnes, the shortstop. He bats seventh. Jordan Hovey is the DH. He bats eighth. And Beryl Dixon is the 9-hole hitter for the Mustangs, playing in right field. As for the Chukars, it'll be Steve Barmiki leading off, playing in left field. Jose Reyes with the go-ahead 2-run single last night. He'll play third base, batting second. Dusty Stroop will bat third. He plays first base. Hunter Hiskey is the DH tonight. He's the cleanup man for the Chukars. Thomas DeBonville's in center field. He bats fifth. Brendan Hewitt plays in right field, batting sixth. Birdie West is behind the plate batting 7th. Eric Callahan is the shortstop batting 8th, and it'll be Brandon Boning at second base in the 9-hole spot for the Idaho Falls Chukars.
Their pitchers for tonight's ball game for the Mustangs, Kelvin Pilot, 6'5", 195. He's 28 years old, a right-hander. Comes in with a record of 5 wins and 4 losses, an earned run average of 4.87. And for the Chukars, the lefty Victor Rodriguez, 5'8", 175, 25 years old, out of Maracaibo, Venezuela. Victor has a record of 2-1, making his 6th start of the season. Umpires for tonight's ball game, Eric Martinez behind the plate. Mike Carr will be at first base tonight, and Blair Peepo will be the umpire at third. Weather, 90 degrees. Partly cloudy skies turning to cloudy right now, and still smoky conditions. No wind whatsoever here at Melaleuca. There are some threatening clouds off to the west of us or the east of us, but I think we're going to be okay for baseball. We'll take this final break, be back with the singing of our national anthem right now on KSPZ. Welcome back to Melaleuca Field. Time for the singing of our national anthem on this Friday, and doing the honors, a long-time, well-recognized voice here at Melaleuca Field, Mr. Rob Farnham.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose white stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
He's been doing it longer than I've been around. Rob Farnham with our national anthem tonight. Victor Rodriguez gets the start, his 6th start of the season. Of course, he started in the bullpen, a record of 2-1. He's worked 55 innings, he's given up 56 hits. In the 55 innings, great control. He struck out 63 and walked only 19, and opposing batters hitting only 257 off Victor. By the way, as a starter, not as good as his relief numbers, making his 6th start, as I mentioned. He is 1-1 as a starting pitcher with an earned run average of 5.62, but in 24 innings he has struck out 28. So it'll be the lefty Victor Rodriguez hoping to give the Chukars their 3rd consecutive win in this series. Billings won game number 1, 3-2. Chukars came back the next night with a 7-3 win. Last night it was 7-5, and it's game 4 of the 6-game set coming up in just moments from now. By the way, this is game number 70 of 96. Billings comes in 34-33 overall, 9-12 in the second half, and the Chukars are 40-29 and 13-8 in the second half. Still a three-way tie for first in the Northern Division. Chukars, Paddleheads, and Voyagers all 13-8. Billings now 4 games back. Glacier is 6 behind the first place teams. And in the South, it's Grand Junction with a 15-6 record, 4 better than Ogden. The Vibes and the Owls are 5.5 back, and the Boise Hawks continue to struggle. They're in the cellar at 5-15. Scores from last night, in case you missed it, I mentioned 7-5. A Chukars come from behind win last night. Elsewhere, Rocky Mountain beat Ogden 12-9. It was Northern Colorado over Grand Junction 12-6. Great Falls won again. We need the Voyagers to start losing. Great Falls beat Glacier 6-4. And in that crazy game over in Missoula, the Paddleheads scored 19 runs in the first 2 innings. Boise came back and scored 10 in the 3rd inning alone. And pretty much that was the end as the Paddleheads beat the Hawks by the final score of 21-10. We missed the announcement, but a young man just told everybody it's time to play ball. And stepping in for the Mustangs will be Cruz Taylor facing Victor Rodriguez. A lefty-lefty matchup to start this ball game. Taylor batting .288. Maybe the best power hitting as a leadoff man with 13 home runs from the number 1 spot in the lineup. Rodriguez comes set. And this ball game is officially underway. First pitch is chopped foul. 7:06 our game time. No change whatsoever defensively for the Chukars. Reyes at third, Callahan at short, Boning at second, and Stroop at first base. Barmakian, DeBonville, and Hewitt from left to right. Only one change, Brady West calling the balls and strikes tonight instead of Hunter Hiskey. Hunter gets a night off from the catching duties. Next pitch down the left field line, that's going to be in for a base hit, and it's going to be extra base hits. Barmakian picks it up, and Cruz Taylor's going to cruise into second base with a stand-up double to lead off the game. Taylor is now hit in 7 consecutive ball games, including all 4 in this series. And it brings up Abraham Mao, the third baseman. Sort of a muggy day here in Idaho Falls. There's a chance of some showers coming up tomorrow afternoon. We might see some tonight, but let's hope not. Chukars with their pinstripe pants, but the special Star Wars jerseys tonight that will be auctioned off after the ball game. And Billings with the gray pants, but they switched. They're now wearing the red jerseys instead of the black jerseys. First pitch to Mao is fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Mao batting .256 with a pair of home runs. Game 4 of 6. These two teams will close out the regular season in Billings. And hopefully the Chukars will then have a playoff game to look forward to. Rodriguez checks the runner at second. That's Taylor. 0-1 delivery. Hit foul. Nearly got the first base coach on the ricochet, and it's now 0-2 on Abraham Mao. Out of Milford, Delaware, went to Slippery Rock University. A first-year pro. A lot of these Mustangs are first-year professional players. Most of them just graduated from college or finished their college careers in May or June of this year. Chukars a little more seasoned ball club as far as experience. Rodriguez ahead in the count, 0-2 to Mao. The kick, the pitch, ground ball right side is going to be fielded by Stroop. He'll underhand the toss to Victor, who beats the runner to the bag at first. Moving over to third base is Cruz Taylor. So that's a 3-1 put out. Out number 1, Taylor at third for Jacob Klein. Klein, the second baseman, .338 hitter. Has 6 home runs, 25 RBI. Klein had the night off last night, but he's back in the lineup tonight for Jim Riggleman, the manager of the Mustangs. Longtime big league manager. So Taylor's the potential first run of the game at third base. Klein, a right-handed hitter, facing the lefty of Victor Rodriguez. Klein out of Akron, Ohio. First pitch from Victor, way outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Well, last night we had a great game, seesaw back and forth. Chukars took a 2-0 lead. Billings took a 4-2 lead. Chukars tied it up at 4. Billings went ahead 5-4, and then a big 2-run 8th inning And the Chukars won it by the final score of 7-5. All three games have been well played and close ball games. There's a good breaking ball from Victor with a late break. Called strike, it's 1-1. First night, 3-2 Billings. Second night, it was a 3-2 ball game, but the Chukars are actually, 3-2, and then they scored 4 in the 7th inning to break the game open. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Next pitch was low. The appeal, no, says the first base umpire. 2-1 the count on Jacob Klein with Gabe Wirtz on deck. Mustangs as a team batting .277. They're second in the Pioneer League in home runs, however, trailing only Missoula. The 2-1 from Victor, swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's strikeout number 64. That's not a strikeout, a little premature there. 2-2 the count. Sorry about that. Okay, Victor, sit him down so it doesn't make it look all that bad. 2-2 the count with 1 out, 1 on. And this one is fouled off the mask of Brady West. And the home plate umpire, Eric Martinez, will walk the ball out to Victor. Maybe it was the home plate umpire that got hit off the mask. It was one of the two. And now Eric Martinez, the home plate ump, and Brady West come back to home plate. Count remains 2-2. Star Wars night here at the Luke. If you like the jerseys being worn by the Chukars, you can bid on those jerseys. I think proceeds will go to ABC Vision, the sponsors of tonight's ball game. Rodriguez declined, 2-2 pitch. That's popped up. That'll reach the stands behind the Chukar dugout. And a nice barehanded catch by a gentleman. He gets a nice round of applause. See a fan with one of those Melaleuca beer bats just saluted the guy who made the catch. Count is still 2-2. Rodriguez looking into Brady West. Hunter Hiskey had a banged up thumb last night, but he was due for a night off catching anyway. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fouled back, so Klein staying alive. Only 2 players in the Pioneer League have played in every single game. One is Hunter Hiskey, the other is Valdez out of Ogden. He's played in all games for the Raptors. This is game number 70 tonight. Chukars here at home, 21 wins, 15 losses. Billings away from home, 14 wins and 22 losses. The Mustangs are tough at home. They're 9 games over 500 at Dealer Park. 2-2 pitch, ground ball, foul ball. We'll do it again. Last night, Barmakian had a 14 pitch at bat, and he finally won the battle by drawing a 3-2 walk. Klein is fouled off, I believe, 4 in a row. Right-handed hitter against the left-hander Rodriguez. Taylor at third base, he led off the game with a double. That pitch is low, and now the count is full, 3-2. Of course, Victor played for the Chukars last season. He was in the Arizona Diamondback organization before being released. Played as an outfielder in the D-back organization. Now all of a sudden the wind is shifting, blowing from right to left, and that's where all those nasty clouds are. Swing and a miss. Thank you, Victor. He struck him out. It took a while, but Rodriguez fans Klein for out number 2 in this ball game. And here comes Gabe Wirtz. He's the big bat for the Mustangs. 16 home runs, 19 doubles, and 60 RBI. And yeah, he's had a good series. 6 for 11 against the Chukars in the first 3 games of this set. Yeah, the wind all of a sudden just picked up in a hurry, blowing from right to left, and you look to our right, and there's some gray clouds above. Uh-oh. Rodriguez trying to get out of this mini jam, if you will, leadoff double. He pulls the string on Wirtz. Wirtz way out in front of the pitch, and it's 0-1, a swing and a miss. 2 more games in this homestand, and then it's off to Missoula, where the Chukars have not had any luck against the Paddleheads either at home or in Missoula. Next pitch is low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
That 6-game series, when we go to Missoula, is going to be pretty big depending on how this series wraps up here.
And, of course, it depends on how Great Falls does. If Missoula wins the second half, then it's the best overall record overall, of course. If either Idaho Falls or Billings or maybe Great Falls wins the second half, then they're in the playoffs. Next pitch fouled off. It's 1-2. Last year, Missoula won both halves of the Pioneer League's Northern Division, but the Chukars had the next best record, so they made the playoffs. A 1-game playoff last year. Thankfully, they fixed that. It's going to be a best 2 out of 3 this year, as it should be. 1-2 pitch. Ball hit into shallow center field. That's going to be caught by DeBonville on the run for out number 3. So Rodriguez does work around a leadoff double. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base after 1 half. Billings, nothing. Idaho Falls coming to bat. Not only 3 hits in that ball game, but 2 of those were home runs, and he walked a season-high 7 as he took the loss. Kelvin Pilot, a college teammate of the Chukars, John Nunley Jr. at Arizona Christian University in Phoenix. Pilot last year played for 3 teams, Santa Fe, Grand Junction, and Billings. Combined, he was 7-3 overall last year with a .575 earned run average. Good strikeout numbers last year for Pilot, 77 innings of work. He fanned 92 batters. And he'll face Barmakian, Reyes, and Stroop here in the bottom of inning number 1. Again, the wind blowing straight from right to left. Barmakian batting .354, leads the Pioneer League in doubles with 27. The Chukars' top 3 batters in the batting order just on fire. Barmakian, Reyes, and Stroop. Steve here in the series, batting .500, he's 6 for 12. Left-handed batter against the right-hander Kelvin Pilot. And a swing and a miss by Barmakian. Abraham Mao playing third base for Billings tonight. Jordan Barth at shortstop. Jordan Hovey at second. Brian Pereira making his first start at first base for Billings. Gabe Wirtz in left, Cruz Taylor in center, Beryl Dixon in right, and Andrew Fernandez behind the plate. Next pitch bounces up there. The count is 1-1 on Barmakian. Kelvin Pilot, 6'5" or 6'6" as they have him listed here on this sheet. He played 1 season of college basketball at San Diego Christian College in San Diego. Well, he wasn't a power forward. He's a tall, skinny kid, 6'6", 195. Next pitch, Barmakin swings and fouls it off the netting. Count is 1-2. Eric Moon in his usual position right in front of us, shooting the video for tonight's sports. And now the wind's starting to blow in and blowing our papers all around the press box, and Barmakin goes down swinging. Out number one, it brings up Jose Reyes. Reyes last night had the game-winning single that plated 2 runs for the Chukars in the 8th inning. Jose with a 16-game hit streak, batting now .375. That's tops on the team. 12 doubles, a pair of triples, 4 home runs, and 44 Rudy for the slick fielding third baseman, second baseman. He's played it all shortstop, just not a first baseman. And he hits a ball over the head of Pilot. The shortstop charges, throws, and they got him. Caden White says the first baseman was off the bag, but I don't think the first base umpire is going to listen to Whitey, but Billy Gardner Jr. wants to talk to Mike Carr. If it stands, it's a 6-3 ground out. And Billy says, hey, he was off the base by about a foot. As we can tell the way Billy's hands were. And the explanation being given to Gardy by Mike Carr. So it'll be a 6-3 put out, 2 up, 2 down. And here's Dusty Stroop, who hit a home run last night, his 17th of the year. Caden White, the first base coach, saw it immediately. He just pointed to the backside. His foot was off the bag, but no instant replay in the Pioneer League. They have instant replay in the Little League World Series, but not here in professional baseball. Here's a pitch inside. Tight fastball to Dusty Stroop. .371 batting average. Having a great season his rookie year. Not only has he hit 17 home runs, the .371 batting average, and Dusty has the longest hit streak currently in the Pioneer League at 17. Let's make it 18. A 2-out single to left. So Dusty continues. That ties the season-long hit streak by 2 Chukars, Hunter Hiskey and Calvin Estrada. So a 2-out single brings up Hunter Hiskey, who's the designated hitter tonight. Hunter here in the series, 5 for 13, so he's starting to get the swing back, batting .349. 24 doubles and 72 RBI for Hunter. Stroop, 11 steals, been caught only 1 time this year. Here's the pitch from Pilot. The pitch is upstairs and outside, 1-0 the count. Hunter got off to that great start, had 60 RBI early. Things have slowed down just a bit, but comes in with a total of 72. Jason Newman of Missoula leads the Pioneer League with 95 RBI and 27 home runs. 1-0 pitch. That one is outside, an off-speed pitch, and it's 2-0. You know, Pilot, he's 6'6", and he wears the socks high, makes him look even taller. Big, tall, skinny kid. Not a kid, 28 years old. Stroop with a decent lead at first base, 2 away. Count 2-0 on Hunter. Hiskey hits the ball. It's going to be scooped up by that big first baseman's glove of Brian Pereira, and that'll be out number 3. No runs on a hit and 1 left on base. No score after 1. Billings and Idaho Falls on this 12th day of August. Leads Northern Colorado 8-3. Missoula over Boise 1-0. They now play these next 3 games in Boise. And it's early. Glacier's they've been teasing us. They've taken leads against Great Falls all 3 games, but Voyagers have won all 3. In the bottom of the second, the Range Riders lead the Voyagers by a 2-1 score. Something's going on here at the press box. Giving away something. By the way, speaking of giveaways, I got a bunch of tickets to give away for tomorrow night's ball game.
What's the catch to get the tickets then, John?
Well, I don't know. We'll let the folks know as we move along. This is Andrew Fernandez. Dad Alex won a World Series ring with the Florida Marlins. He's playing catcher tonight. Batting .235 is Andrew Fernandez. Here's a ball hit to right. Hewitt going back, looking up. It's going to be off the wall. Hewitt plays it perfectly, but nobody's covering second. And it's going to be a leadoff double. Are they hanging jerseys? I don't know. Everybody's in front of the press box as we're trying to watch the ball game. Batter is Brian Pereira, the first baseman. For Fernandez, his second double of the year. Pereira batting .266 with 6 home runs and 27 runs batted in. So for the second straight inning, Rodriguez gives up a leadoff double. He retired the next 3 in the first. Let's see if Victor can do it again here in the second. Left-handed batter against the left-handed pitcher. The first pitch is ripped foul down the first baseline. 0-1 the count. Another late arriving crowd here at Melaleuca Field Friday night. High school football begins 1 week from tonight. A few games on the schedule. And then 2 weeks from tonight, everybody plays some high school football. Rodriguez, 0-1 pitch. Strike at the knees on the outside corner. Nice location by Victor. And he's ahead in the count 0-2. Pereira will be followed by Jordan Barth, the hottest Mustang at the plate as of late. 0-2 the count. Rodriguez looks at Fernandez at second and comes home with the pitch. That one's outside, trying to get Pereira to chase one. And now the count is 1-2 strikes. Guess we're going to have a lot of folks right in front of us all night long as they have the table that folks are bidding on those Star Wars jerseys. One, 2 the count. Rodriguez facing Brian Pereira. And that one is a call, strike 3 at the knees. 89-mile-per-hour fastball, and Victor records his second strikeout of the game. And it brings up Jordan Barth, the shortstop. .293 hitter, but he has a 9-game hit streak coming in. Right-handed batter as Fernandez takes his average lead over at second base. Now Barth steps out of the batter's box. Victor was ready to come home with the pitch, and Barth quickly stepped out of the box. Now he's back in. Rodriguez shakes off West on the first flash sign. First pitch is way outside. Nice catch by Brady West. And the count is 1-0 as Brady had to come out of his crouch position and throw the right arm out and make the catch before it went back to the backstop. "40 wins, 29 losses for the Chukars this year." Rodriguez checks the runner twice. That's Fernandez, who's on second base with a leadoff double. And that pitch just missed outside. Count is 2-0. Pioneer League Baseball on KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Glad to have you along on this Friday night. If you've brought your radio to the ball game, we appreciate that. If you're listening at home, we appreciate that as well. And if you're watching on the YouTube channel, hey, nice to spend a Friday night with you. Next pitch, that one is outside, and it's now 3-0 on Jordan Barth. Again, the wind continues to blow from right to left at about 15 to 20 miles an hour, maybe even more than that. 3-0 the count on Barth with one out, runner at second. And he had the green light on the 3-0, swings and fouls it back. It's 3-1. We mentioned Jim Riggleman, the manager for the Mustangs, does not coach at third base. That job is Drew Rossi. Of course, in the bigs, managers never coach at third. So Jim's doing the same here in the minors. The 3-1 pitch on the way. It's high, ball four, gets away from West off his glove. Here's the throw. He is not going to make the throw. That'll be a pass ball. So a walk and a pass ball on West. Runners now at first and third with one out for Jordan Hovey. Hovey last night had a 3-hit ball game. I think Brady might have been fooled on that pitch, was maybe expecting something different than he got. But the ball went off his glove and went back to the backstop. That allowed Fernandez to go to third. So 2 on, 1 out. Left-handed batter Hovey batting .265 to the plate. Rodriguez comes set at the belt. And here's the first pitch to Hovey. It's a called strike one. Fastball at the letters. Oh, on the count, 2 on. No score, top of 2. 1 away. Next pitch is a strike at the knees, and it's 0-2. Good fastball by Victor. And Rodriguez ahead 0-2. Hovey batting 8th for the Mustangs. Beryl Dixon, the number 9 hitter, on deck. Runner at third, Fernandez. At first, Barth. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Big strikeout for Victor Rodriguez, his third of the game on a breaking ball, and it brings up Beryl Dixon. He was released by the Kansas City Royals about a week ago, quickly picked up by the Mustangs, playing his third game in a Billings uniform. He's 1 for 9 in the first 2 contests.
Batted second past 2 games for the Mustangs as well, but he has struggled, as you mentioned, 1 for 9 in this series and joining the Mustangs, so move him down to the 9-hole spot.
Still runners at first and third. Victor trying to get out of another jam here in the second inning. And the pitch to Dixon, it finds the outside corner. Victor doing a good job keeping the ball away from the hitters, but still in the strike zone. No balls and a strike. The 0-1 pitch. This one is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fernandez led off the inning with a double to right field, off the right field wall. Barth walked. In between those two plays, a couple of strikeouts by Rodriguez. The 1-1 pitch, that one is low, ball 2, 2-1. Dixon drafted in the 18th round by the Royals in 2019. He could have been a Chucker, but he wasn't. Lefty-lefty matchup. The 2-1 pitch is fouled back, and now we're even at 2.
That foul went straight back. Let's keep your back straight. Go to the home of the Back Saver mattress.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Here in inning number 2. Dixon gets set in the batter's box. Big, tall, left-handed hitter. And the 2-2, that one's high, and the count now full 3-2. That'll mean Barth will get an early jump off first base with 2 away. Billings with the chance to take the lead, as they did have that chance in inning number 1. But Rodriguez shut him down, trying to do the same here in the second. Payoff pitch, 3-2. Rodriguez to Dixon. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And Rodriguez strikes out 3 in the second. No runs on 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. No score. Idaho Falls and Billings on your Friday night. Debo batting .286. A couple of home runs, both in the same game in Boise. A grand slam and a 2-run home run. Debo wears number 11 on his back. Right-handed hitter against the tall right-hander Kelvin Pilot. First pitch to Debo, lifts it high but foul. Parking lot bound, 0-1 the count. If we were giving nicknames, I would name Kelvin Sky Pilot. It was a big song by the Animals back in the late 60s, early 70s for all of you old-time hippies out there. I'm probably the only one that can remember that song. Next pitch, dribble down the third baseline, foul, and it's 0-2. Or Kelvin Autopilot. 0-2 the count on Debo. Starting to get a big crowd on hand. Friday night baseball. Can't beat it. Next pitch is a call. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Good pitch by Pilot. Second strikeout by the right-hander. And one thing you want from umpires, consistency. Home plate umpire Eric Martinez has been calling the outside pitches on both sides, and no complaint that time. Here's Brendan Hewitt, the right fielder. Brendan's batting average up to .338. Has that one home run in Kalispell with 23 RBI and 15 doubles. Left-handed hitter. And takes the pitch down low for a ball. It's 1-0. Chukars continue to lead the Pioneer League in hitting with a .336 team batting average. They've moved up in the pitching department. I think they're now 4th in the league. But fielding, well, it's getting better, folks. It's getting better. The pitch is 2-0. Chukars have committed 110 errors in 69 games, nearly 2 per ball game. By comparison, Billings has committed only 80. That pitch is low and away, and Hewitt ahead in the count, 3-0. One out, nobody on base. We're in the bottom of the second in a scoreless ball game. Hewitt taking all the way, and the pitch is right down the middle of the plate, about knee high, 3-1. Brendan has struggled just a bit in the series. He's 2 for 12 in the previous 3 games. The 3-1 from Pilot. Ground ball to the first baseman. Goes off of his glove. And that'll be an error, although it took a funny hop at first base, but he should have had the ball. Pereira playing his first game at first base this season. And it'll be an error on the first baseman, Brian Pereira. That'll bring up Brady West, the catcher, tonight. Brady batting .292 with 6 home runs, 56 RBI. And just like that, Noah, they turned off the wind. Look at the flag now, not even moving. Things can change in a hurry weather-wise here in East Idaho, that's for darn sure.
Come to learn that my first couple weeks here was snow my 4th day here in Idaho.
Welcome to the Gem State. Hewitt, 13 steals, been caught only 1 time. West fouls off the first pitch, and it's 0-1 on Brady. West in the series is 2 for 10. He did have an RBI base hit in last night's game that tied the game up. Quick throw to first. Hewitt back easily. Throw was high to Pereira. Gardy calling the signals over at third base. Billy Gardner Jr. Pilot staring into the catcher now. Looks over his shoulder at Hewitt at first base. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Brady's down on the count 0-2. Again, seems to be bailing out, if you will. They used to call it putting your foot in the bucket. Brady swings and that right leg just pulls out of the way, and the pitchers have noticed that. 0-2 on the count. Runner at first, 1 out. This is outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-1. Aaron Judge with another home run tonight. 46 now. Quick toss to first. That time close, but Brendan beat the tag of Pereira. I'm sure there's some NFL exhibition games tonight. There goes Hewitt, 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. The throw not in time. No, hold on just a minute. think the call is going to be a balk. So Brady West did not strike out. Hewitt did not get a stolen base. Instead, it's going to be a balk called against Pilot. Home plate umpire Martinez explaining the call to Jim Riggleman. The Browns lead the Jaguars. Eagles over the Jets. Cardinals lead the Bengals. 49ers over the Packers. Falcons beat the Lions in NFL play. Who's your NFL team, Noah? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
Well, on my mother's side, there's a lot of family members from Pittsburgh, so I grew up around a bunch of Yinzers, kind of led me to being a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Okay.
So should be an interesting season with Mitchell Trubisky and Kenny Pickett in the quarterback room.
So a balk was called, and West gets a second chance. The count is 1-2 on Brady. Takes the pitch outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Deshaun Watson started at quarterback for the Browns, and he's going to sit out at least 6 and maybe more, but he got the start and did not play well. 2-2. Ground ball right side. Perea fields, flips over to Pilot at first for out number 2. Over to third base goes Hewitt for out number 2, and it brings up Eric Callahan. Well, that time Pereira got down on one knee, make sure the ball was not going to get past him. So the Chukars have their first runner in scoring position, now at third base with 2 outs. Callahan batting .259. 5 home runs and 46 RBI. Eric does lead the team in strikeouts. Just a base knock someplace here to give the Chukars the lead in the bottom of the second. No score. First pitch to Callahan, takes it for a called strike 1. Callahan, the shortstop for the Chucks out of Columbus, Ohio, home of the Ohio State Buckeyes. Next pitch is low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Friday night baseball, good crowd here at the Luke. Will exceed 2,000 easily tonight. 1-1 the count. Hewitt takes his lead at third. The pitch is low. Did he go? Yes, he did, said the first base umpire. And the count now 1-2 on Eric. So Callahan down on the count. Runner at third. 2 outs. Callahan gets back into the batter's box. Pilot comes set. The pitch. Base hit up the middle, and Callahan delivers a 2-out base knock, and the Chukars take a 1-0 lead. Nice job, Eric, his 47th RBI of the year. And it brings up Brandon Boning, the second baseman, making his 3rd appearance in a Chukars uniform, and first 2 games have been good. He has 2 hits in both of the games. Batting .571 for the Chukars is Brandon Boney out of Simi Valley, California. Was with the Ogden Raptors. And I believe, was it Missoula? It was Missoula, so 3rd Pioneer League team, 4th team he's played in. Here's a high fly ball. Dixon, does he? Yep, he finally has a beat on it. He'll make the catch for out number 3. So the Chukars do score a run, a 2-out RBI single by Eric Callahan. Chukars lead 1-0. That's the score after 2 innings here at Melaleuca.
finals against Missoula, but with how it's looking right now, it doesn't look that way, John.
Here's Cruz Taylor led off the game with a double. Taylor now in the series. How about 7 for 14, 500? A hit in all 4 games, including a home run 2 nights ago. Rodriguez starts him off with a breaking ball that finds the bottom of the strike zone, 0-1. Oh, 1 the count. Top of 3, Chuck's on top, 1-0. Next pitch is way outside and low. Evens out the count at 1 apiece. Of course, Friday night baseball, everything is being played under the lights tonight. They're in the 9th in Fenway. Yankees still lead 2-1. The Yankees have been struggling. Swing and a miss. That time Victor pulled the string, if you will. Out in front on the swing was Taylor, and it's 1-2. Victor already 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings, including 3 Ks in inning number 2. Rodriguez stares into Brady West, gets the sign, comes set, belt high. And here's the pitch. Ground ball, going to be fielded by Callahan behind the back. Will have to hurry. The throw is going to be high. That'll be a throwing error by Callahan. Good throw would have had him, but Stroop had to jump off the bag to make the catch. So that'll be a throwing error on Eric Callahan. And it brings up Abraham Mao. Not sure if Rodriguez might have tipped it with his glove. That would have slowed it down, but if Victor did tip it, if he didn't, it might have gone into center field easily. But a good throw would have had him. And Callahan knew he had to hurry. First pitch to Mao inside, ball 1. Billings only 36 stolen bases this year. And Cruz Taylor has 6 of those. The leading stealer is Jalen Garcia, who has missed his 3rd game in a row. And talking with the Billings broadcaster, he doesn't know if he's hurt, if he's in the doghouse. We don't know what's going on with Garcia. Here's a ball, chopped foul off the foot. 1-1 the count. I mean, I think Garcia is probably their best player, he along with Wirtz. But he played in the first game of the series. Don't think he was hurt.
I don't think he was either, John. And I remember talking to the Billings broadcast. He told me that Jalen really needed a day off, and he had been really struggling. But now it's gone to 3 days off.
Normally, one of your better players, you'll give him 1 day off, then get him back in. But that's 3 in a row that Garcia's missed thus far. 1-1 on Mao. Taylor at first. Ball going to be a base hit over Callahan's head into left center field, and it's going to be Taylor cruising his way to third, so runners at first and third with nobody out. Well, can Victor do it again? Previous 2 innings, he had runners in scoring position and got out of the jam, but right now it's first and third, nobody out for Jacob Klein. Base hit number 3 for the Mustangs tonight. Klein struck out his first time. Klein is 0 for 8 in these 3 games played thus far. Taylor, good speed at third, Mao at first. Chukars will give up the run to get an out. They're playing at their usual infield positions. The pitch from Rodriguez to Klein. Klein takes it low, ball 1. Victor's first start, he went 4 scoreless innings against Ogden, but ever since then he's given up no less than 3 runs. So he starts out good and sometimes maybe being put into the starting role, not used to pitching 4 or 5 innings. And this ball is going to be a base hit. That's going to score run number 1, an RBI by Klein, and that is 3 consecutive Mustangs who have reached base. Klein picks up his 26th RBI of the year, and we're tied at 1 for Gabe Wirtz.
You mentioned if Victor not used to being in the starting rotation. I remember talking to him, asking about that transition from being in the bullpen to starting. He says, well, the big thing is, you know, I'm not pitching every day or every 2 days. It's every 5 days or so. Pitching a lot more as well, of course. And there's been times where he's looked good out there on the mound on starting, but there's been times where he had some rough outings in Great Falls. He struck out 8, but he walked 5, and so he's been kind of hit or miss with Victor on the mound. But when he comes to the zone, and the stuff's working. It's working for Victor.
He struck out 4, has given up 4 base hits. As Brady Westbound to talk with Rodriguez. Mao at second, Klein at first. Wirtz the batter, flied out to DeBonville his first time up tonight. 1-1 the score, top of 3. Chukars trying to make it 3 in a row over the Mustangs. And the first pitch to Wirtz is down low. Count is 1-0. The inning started on an error, so the run given up is unearned off of Victor Rodriguez. But the only person who cares about that is Victor Rodriguez. All the fans know is it's 1-1. Earned, unearned, the bad guy still scored a run. The 1-0 pitch, high fastball, 2-0. We might see Bob Malachy coming out of the Chukars dugout to settle Victor down. See what happens after this batter. And you don't want to give this guy anything good to hit. 16 home runs, 19 doubles. And the pitch way inside, not close, and it's 3-0. I see Bob on the top step of the Chukars dugout. Nobody out, 2 on. It's a 1-1 ball game. Mustangs threatening to score more here in the third. And the 3-0 pitch. Dribbled foul, going to be a foul ball as West hustles down the third base line to make sure he touches the ball in foul territory. Count now is 3-1. See, second Mustang that has had the green light on a 3-0 pitch. And not bad. I mean, Victor hasn't walked anybody, so you know he's going to come in with something in the strike zone. 3-1 the count on Gabe Wirtz, who is batting cleanup tonight for Billings. Wirtz, a second-year pro out of Alabama. The 3-1 pitch fouled off the leg of Wirtz, and it's now 3-2. Victor trying to battle back. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, or no outs, excuse me, and 1 run in. Mao at second, Klein at first. Rodriguez a check of the runner at second. And the payoff pitch, ground ball could be 2. Callahan bobbles it, goes to third, didn't get the play, and that'll be another error on Callahan. Could have easily been a double play. It was hit hard, but Callahan did not come up with it. And now the bases are loaded with nobody out for Andrew Fernandez. Well, Rodriguez got the pitch he wanted. He got a ground ball, potential double play ball, but the infield couldn't turn to, and that'll bring out Bob Malachy, the Idaho Falls pitching coach. So 2 hits and 2 errors in this inning. If the Chukars turn 2 there, it's 2 out, runner at third. Now it's nobody out, bases loaded. Look at Rodriguez looking at Bob Malachy, looking straight up. I mean, Bob's a big guy, and Victor's a 5'8". But Victor might hurt his neck looking up at Malachy as he's listening to the pitching coach, the former Baltimore Orioles coach, who, of course, was part of a no-hitter with the Orioles, a 4-pitch no-hitter back in, I believe, 86. I'm not sure about that.
It was 1991 against the Oakland Athletics.
Okay. Now Bob talking with home plate umpire Martinez.
Yeah, you weren't kidding about Bob being a big guy. In his playing days, he was 6'4", 220 was Bob Milwaukee, of course.
Now he's 6'4", about 221. Chukars need how about a comebacker to Rodriguez? Get a 1-2-3 double play. Chukar infield, they'll turn two. They're back at their usual position. They'll give up a run to get an out. It's a 1-1 ball game, but the Mustangs threatening here in the top of the third. Pitch, did he go? Yes, he did. I'm talking about Andrew Fernandez, who doubled his first time up. Rodriguez in desperate need of a strikeout here. The count 0-1. Check swing, foul ball, 0-2. Mao at third, Klein at second, Wirtz at first. Taylor's already scored, and there's still nobody out. Rodriguez gets the sign, working from the stretch with the bases loaded. 0-2 delivery. That's going to be a ball caught by Boning, the second baseman. Not a hard hit line drive, but an out nevertheless. Out number one, and here's Brian Pereira. See, if the Chukars were playing in, that would have been a base hit. Activity in the Idaho Falls bullpen. Pereira struck out swinging his first time up. Got a right-hander warming up in the Chukar bullpen.
Looks like that's Tyler Wyatt getting ready in the Chukar pen.
Okay. 1-1 the score. 3 on and 1 out. And that's a base hit. That's going to score at least 1. They're going to send the other runner home, and it's going to score 2. So a 2 RBI single by Pereira makes the score 3-1 Billings. For Pereira, RBIs number 28 and 29 as he hit it hard right into center field. Brings up Jordan Barth, the shortstop. Well, Rodriguez could not walk the tightrope safely here in the third. The runner at first, Wirtz, stopped at second. So 3-1, Billings leads, and still just 1 away. Take away the 2 errors, and this could have been a scoreless inning. Pitch is low, ball 1. Throwing error put Taylor on. He should have been out. Next 2 guys single, first and second. And then the following guy, Wirtz, hit what could have been a 6-4-3 double play, and you take away the errors, Noah, and it'd be a 0 on the scoreboard for Billings. But instead, they've played it 3, and they're threatening to get more. Swing and a miss, it's 1-1. Don't want to give the team extra outs, and Billings, give them credit. They have taken advantage of the Chukar errors here in the third. 1-1 the count on Jacob Barth, walked his first time up. It's tough enough to get 3 outs. Giving a team 5 outs in 1 inning, well, that might be a little too much to ask. Next pitch, Rodriguez came in and jammed Barth. He fouled it off, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, this is where the errors come to hurt you, John. And mentioned a lot in these broadcasts, the Chukars have committed the most errors in the Pioneer League, and situations like that, a low-scoring ball game early, those where the errors really hurt you. Now the Chukars have to climb back throughout the rest of this ball game.
Against the Pioneer League's top pitching staff. The 1-2, ground ball. Callahan, he bobbles it again. Does he get the out? Yes, he does. Boy, Eric having a rough third inning. Barth reaches on the fielder's choice. Pereira out, 6 unassisted. And the runner goes, Wirtz goes to third. Again, a potential double play ball. Here's Jordan Hovey. Now there's 2 outs and 2 on. You know, once you make an error, you know it's in your head. The ball's hit to you next, and you go, oh, I got to feel this one. I got to get this one. And, you know, sometimes the mental games come into play. For Callahan now, that's 30 errors on the year. There's a high pop-up. Eric Callahan calls it. He's backpedaling in the outfield grass. He'll make the catch, and that is out number 3. 3 runs on 3 hits. There were 2 errors and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. Billings has taken a 3-1 lead over the Chukars on this Friday night. Barmakian will lead it off. By the way, all 3 runs unearned in that third inning. Here's Steve Barmakian, struck out swinging his first time up. What's the commotion? T-shirts. First pitch to Barmakian, high fastball. It's 1-0. Barmakian, 6 for 13 in the series. Left-handed batter against the righty, Kelvin Pilot. That pitch is low, and it's 2-0. Pilot in 57 innings has walked 32. He's struggled a bit with his control, but he has struck out 54, nearly 1 per inning. Two balls, no strikes. Pitch to Barmakian. He takes it low and inside, and it's 3-0. It's early, folks. Bottom of 3. Chukars down 3-1. Pilot kicks, 3-0 pitch. Called strike, 3-1. Steve taking all the way, trying to get on base. Barmakian has been steady. all season long. Got to a somewhat of a slow start for maybe a week or so. In fact, didn't play a lot the first week of the season. 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 3-2. Count now full on Barmakian. Steve second in the league in runs scored, right behind Josh Broughton of Ogden. Barmakian has scored 78 runs this year from his leadoff position. 3-2, no outs. Ball hit to the third baseman, that is Mao. Fields, throws, and gets Barmakian by a step. One up and one down here in the third. And it brings up Jose Reyes, the shortstop. No, the third baseman. He grounded to short. Jose, .375 batting average. Chukars with 5 left-handed hitters in the lineup, and Jose takes the pitch for a called strike one. Well, talking with Billy Gardner Jr. last night, they're looking for maybe a right-handed bat. The Chukars are. Here's the 0-1. Misses outside, just barely. It's 1-1. Three runs, 5 hits for the Mustangs. 1 run, 2 hits for the Chukars. Chukars have committed 2 errors. Billings 1. 1-1 pitch. That's inside, and the count now 2-1 in favor of Jose. We did have 2 Jose's on the team. Jose Reyes and Jose Bermudez. Jose B got released. Jose still with us. 2-1 pitch, and that one's low. Good eye, boy. That looked pretty good, but it was low, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, John, you mentioned it. The short-lived Jose to Jose connection. There were times they would both bat behind each other in the lineup, and one time Bermudez actually drove in Reyes when we were in Boise.
3-1 pitch, a big swing and a foul tip. It's 3-2. Reyes has walked 18 times. He has struck out 28. There's only one Chukar with more walks than hits. That's Hunter Hiskey. And now Reyes calls timeout at the plate. A rarity in baseball. Full count, 1 out, nobody on as we play here in the third. Ball hit right in front of the plate. Making the play is Fernandez for out number 2. And it brings up Dusty Stroop. Singled his first time up, extended his hit streak to 18 consecutive games. As you might expect, Dusty's name's all over the Pioneer League top hitters. 3rd in RBI. Tied for 2nd in home runs. And he hits the first pitch, dumps one into right field for another 2-out base knock. He singled to left with 2 outs in the first. He singles to right with 2 outs here in the second. And Dusty now 7 of 14. And it brings up Hunter Hiskey. Hunter is 4th in the league in RBI. He's 3rd in the league in doubles. He's 4th in the league in hits. And he's 1st in the league in games played with 70. Left-handed hitter against a righty Pilot. 3rd base hit for the Chucks. And Hunter swings and misses at the first pitch from Kelvin Pilot. Hunter asked the home plate umpire if it was a strike. Don't know what the home plate umpire said, but it's 0-1. We know that. Quick toss to first. Dusty dives back. Stroop again, 11 stolen bases, been caught only 1 time this year. Chukars with 3 players with double-digit steals. They had 4 Sam Troyer, but he was injured and he's done for the year. Next pitch, Hiskey. Oh, it's fielded by Pilot. A nice athletic play by big Kelvin Pilot for out number 3. So 2-out singles, all the Chukars can do in the 3rd inning. As we move to the top of the 4th, the score, Billings 3, Idaho Falls 1. Two hitters, and for your middle innings, here's Noah Moore.
Thank you so much, John. It'll be Dixon, Taylor, and Mao to face off against Victor Rodriguez, who really had to work around a big 3rd inning. The Mustangs plated 3 runs. There were 2 errors in that last frame. Warm passes are done for Victor. The pitch count on the southpaw from Maracaibo, Venezuela, up to 62, able to find the zone well. If there weren't for 2 errors in the last inning, could be looking still at a 1-0 game. Here's Beryl Dixon, the skinny right fielder for the Royals. The Mustangs, excuse me, he played for the Royals earlier this year. Dixon in the series now is 1 for 10. He struck out swinging his last time up, facing Victor Rodriguez. Rodriguez has 4 strikeouts. He'll round this one over to Rodriguez, throw over to first. That is in time. So we'll come backer up to the pitcher, Rodriguez. Dixon is quickly retired 1-3. So 1 down. We'll turn the lineup over to Cruz Taylor, who has reached twice tonight. He's 1 for 2. A leadoff double to open the ball game. And he reached on an error in that 3rd inning and came around to score. A lefty-lefty matchup with 1 out and the bases empty. Here in the top of the 4th inning. The Chukars tonight are in their specialty Star Wars jerseys. They're purple jerseys with a lighter shade of purple on the front. Chukars across the front, in the chest. In the front of the jerseys, there's a lightsaber battle between Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. The first offering to Cruz Taylor is high, 1-0. Of course, these jerseys will be auctioned off to benefit ABC Vision. I gotta say, some pretty nice looking jerseys. One of my favorite specialty jerseys this season. A night I've been looking forward to. Count is 1-0 on Taylor. Rodriguez, the pitch is outside to Taylor. The count is now 1-1. Lights are on here at the ballpark. Some clouds rolling in. No, not threatening clouds over towards right field. Rodriguez is bent over, glove and hand on his thighs. He gets his sign from Brady West. Comes set, belts high. The 1-1 offering to Taylor is inside. I'll make 2 balls and 1 strike on Cruz Taylor. So the count is 3-0. 1 out, the base is empty. Victor, kick and the offering. There's a called strike. Now the count is 3-1. It's the Fastball from Rodriguez to Taylor. Count now 3-1. Rodriguez gets his sign from west. Wind blowing out towards left field. The 3-1 is outside and high. Ball 4. So a walk to be a 1-out walk issued to Cruz Taylor. He will reach for the 3rd consecutive time tonight. It's the 2nd walk issued by Rodriguez. We'll bring up Abraham Mao. Mao is 1 for 2 tonight with a ground out 3-1 in the first and a single in the third. A run scored. Taylor over at first, as John mentioned earlier, last time he was on base, he has 6 stolen bases on the season. Activity in the Chucker pen here in the 4th. First offering to Mao is a called strike. It is 0-1. Mao wears number 13. So far, it's not been unlucky for Mao. He's batting .256 on the season with 8 RBI and 2 home runs for Abraham Mao. Rodriguez checks on the runner at first. The 0-1 offering is grounded up, gobbled up by Jose Reyes. So to second in time with the relay to first. That is in time. A 5-4 to 3 double play to end this. Top of the 4th double play is brought to you by Burger Theory, for with the best burgers and best sports bar in the Idaho Falls area. We go to the home half of the 4th inning. Chuckers grab the bats. They're down 3-1. You're listening to Chuckers Baseball on KSPZ. One run, a run that's unearned against the tall right-hander for the Mustangs. 3-1 is your score. Chuckers have been able to had 3 base hits in the contest. All of them have been singles, 2 from Dusty Stroop and 1 from Eric Callahan. It'll be DeBonville up to begin this bottom of the 4th. Debo struck out looking. His first time up at the dish back in the 2nd. DeBonville playing in his 3rd game of the series. All games he's played have been in center field. DeBonville against Pilot. First offering from Kelvin is high. It's 1-0. Kelvin is definitely one of the more busier starters for the Mustangs. This is his 11th start, which matches Elijah Gill, who was last night's starter for the Mustangs for most starts on the Mustang pitching staff. 1-0 pitch to DeBonville, lifted fair down the right field line. It's going to be a base hit. DeBonville will race to second. It's knocked all the way to the Chucker bullpen. DeBonville's going to go to third. The throw will be offline. It'll be a stand-up triple for Debo. That's a way to get an inning started. A leadoff triple down the right field line for Thomas DeBonville. His first triple with the Chuckers since rejoining the team last month. Here's Brendan Hewitt with an RBI opportunity. Hewitt, his last time up, he reached on an error, advanced to second on a balk, and was knocked in by an Eric Callahan single. So a runner at third with nobody out. The first offering to Hewitt is upstairs. It's 1-0. Hewitt's out of Spring Lake, New Jersey. He bats left and throws left. Count is 1-0 on Hewitt. Pilot, set, Bell tie. The kick and the 1-0 pitch. That's lifted, foul, out of play. Count now 1-1 on Hewitt. So overall having a pretty good professional debut. Coming into the ball game, he's batting .338 with 15 doubles, 1 home run, and 1 triple for the Chukar outfielder. 1-1 to Hewitt. That is high, and the count is 2-1 on Brendan. Brendan can play in all aspects of the outfield. He's been in right field, he's been in center, he's also played in left field. He's an outfielder that can play all 3 areas. The count is 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out on Hewitt. Pilot kicks and delivers. It's lifted out into left field. The fielder works races over. He's going to make the catch. Debo thought about going home, but the throw gets in. Time, so no advancement to home. Hewitt will fly out to left. They'll bring up Brady West. West is 0 for 1. He rounded out to the first baseman unassisted in the second inning. Still an RBI chance, the opportunity for the Chukars to cut into the deficit. A 3-1 ball game with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. Gotta say, the quality of baseball in this series has been quite good. Both teams have been going at each other. Best pitching staff against the best hitting lineup. That's the Chukars against the Mustangs, so it's been quite good baseball here at Melaleuca Field. The first offering to West, that's upstairs, it's 1-0. Brady has been DHing the past 2 games. He is behind the plate tonight as Hunter Hiskey gets the DH role tonight. Count is 1 ball, no strikes on Brady West, batting from the left side against the righty Pilot. The pitch is swung on and missed. The count is 1-1. West on the year. He's batting .292 with 15 doubles, 6 triple, which is tied for second in the Pioneer League. Third in the Pioneer League, excuse me. 6 home runs and 56 RBI for the catcher out of Greenville, South Carolina. Pilot kicks the 1-1. Swing and a miss. And just like that, the count is 1-2 on Brady West. Trying to work through the slump is Brady. After a batting .386 in the month of June, he batted .218 in the month of July. He's had his struggles at the dish. The 1-2 to Brady, swing and a miss. Tito's down on strikes. So 2 outs in this bottom of the 5th. It'll bring up Eric Callahan. Last time up with 2 outs in this game, Callahan had a RBI single up the middle, which knocked in Brendan Hewitt, so we'll see if Callahan can strike with some timely hitting. The RBI in the second for Callahan was his 47th on the season. He's had his struggles the middle portion of this 2022 campaign. He batted .259 coming into the ball game. The first pitch to Callahan, a swing and a miss. The breaking ball from Pilot, and the count is 0-1. Five home runs on the year for Callahan. Last hit one in our series against the Ranged Riders back at home to open up the second half of the season. 0-1 offering. He takes it for a called strike at the knees, and it's 0-2. Mustangs will have their 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the top of the 5th. No activity in the Chukar pen. So looks like we'll see Victor Rodriguez out to work the 5th. Pilot comes set, bell tie to Bonneville at third, 2 outs. The 0-2 to Callahan. It is high. And the count is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Callahan with a chance to make it a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 4th inning. De Bonneville led off the inning with an RBI triple, a triple down the right field line. Then Hewitt flied out and West struck out. Next pitch to Callahan, that bounces in the dirt in front of the catcher Fernandez. So the catcher keeps it in front of him. Count is 2-2, evened up on Callahan. Solid crowd here on a Friday night. You can't beat Friday night baseball here at Melaleuca Field. Wind blowing out towards left field, starting to slow down a bit. Pilot comes set, bell tie. Check on the runner at third. The 2-2 to Callahan, that's inside, and the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. If Callahan reaches, it would bring up Brandon Boning. Up to bat with, hopefully, runners at the corners. Callahan facing off against Pilot. The count is full with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Pilot kicks. The pitch to Callahan is grounded foul out of on the third base side, just past Billy Gardner Jr. Count remains full on the 8th batter in the Chukar lineup. Callahan will step out and adjust those white batting gloves. The count is full. Pilot looks into his catcher Fernandez. He's a sign he likes, and he comes set. The second payoff pitch to Callahan, that's low, and that's ball 4. The first walk issued by Pilot, the second walk issued by Billings pitching this series. So they've had quite good command against Chukar pitching. Runners are at the corners at first and third for Brandon Boning. Boning tonight, he's 0 for 1. He flied out to right to end the second. Does have an RBI in this series. He had his first RBI as a Chukar last night. Was an RBI single in the 6th inning of last night's contest. Tying run now at first base for Brandon Boning. First offering is sent right to the pitcher. Big jumping play by Kelvin Pilot. Throw over to first. It's in time. So a triple on the right field line by Thomas de Bonneville is not utilized. No runs on 1 hit. There were no errors, and there were 2 men left on base. We go to the top of the 5th. Chukars down 3-1. You're listening to Chukars Baseball on KSPZ. Victor Rodriguez returned to the Melaleuca mound to face off against Klein, Wirtz, and Fernandez, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters. He's trying to work 5 innings. Last time he worked 5 or more was on the 26th of July against Great Falls. His last start, he initially had worked 5 innings, but the umpiring crew in Boise, where he made his last start, they overturned the call of out at first base. After an argument, Billy Gardner Jr. pulled Rodriguez from the game, as he later told me in the visiting hotel. He was mentally out of it and would not have been prepared to come back out for the final out of the 5th inning. So Victor Rodriguez will face off against Klein, Wirtz, and Fernandez. Klein is 1 for 2. He struck out his first time up, singled, and knocked in a run in the 3rd. So 1 for 2 with an RBI is Jacob Klein, the Mustangs' second baseman. First offering to Klein is ground ball, foul ball on the third base side, and the count is 0-1. Rodriguez up to 71 pitches with 48 4 strikes. He's been able to find the zone well tonight. However, at the moment, the Chukars are down 3-1. Rodriguez gets his sign from West, comes set, belt high. The 0-1 offering is a called strike, and just like that, it's 0-2. Klein's from, as John has mentioned, from Akron, Ohio, 6'3", 190, 22 years old. Count is 0-2. Rodriguez, his hands on his hips, he gets his sign from West, and timeout is called at the plate by Jacob Klein. Nobody out, and the bases are empty. The top of the 5th just underway here on your Friday evening. The 0-2 pitch is outside. Looked good from the arm of Victor. Count now 1-2. Klein on the year is batting .338, the top batting average on this Billings team. 26 RBI now, 6 home runs, 5 triples, and 8 doubles. For Jacob Klein, 1-2, skips in the dirt, 2-2 the count. A 2-2 count, and the bases are empty, nobody out. How this game is going, we might be in line for another close one. Still plenty of baseball left, so anything can happen from here until the 9th inning. Rodriguez set at the belt, and the count is 2-2. The offering to Victor is lifted high. Hewitt going back. He'll have a read on it. He says, I got this, and the catch is made for the first out. I'll bring up Gabe Wirtz. Wirtz is 0 for 2, flied out to center and reached on an error in the 3rd inning. For all, Wirtz on the series now 6 for 13. All of his base hits in the series have been singles. He has scored 2 runs. Has Gabe Wirtz, the big power bat for the Mustangs. 16 home runs on the season, which is tied for 3rd in the Pioneer League. First offering to Wirtz is a called strike on the outside edge. Beautiful breaking ball from Rodriguez, and the count is 0-1 on Wirtz. Playing in left field tonight. Mustangs are in their red jerseys tonight. They were wearing black for the first 3 games of this series. They've switched it up tonight. The 0-1, that's inside to Wirtz. Count 1-1. Rodriguez gets a sign from Brady West. Sees one he likes. He comes set. The 1-1. Wirtz swings and lifts it high, but foul. West can't find where it's at. It's going to end up in the seats. And that'll be a souvenir. West had the mask off, could not find where it was. Luckily, it did not go in play, and the count is 1-2 on Gabe Wirtz. The base is empty. 1 out. 1-2 to Gabe Wirtz. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's strikeout number 5 for Victor Rodriguez. Strikeout 68 on the season. Of course, Victor came into the ball game tonight 4th in the Pioneer League for strikeouts. Had a solid night getting ahead of batters, but right now Chukars are down 3-1. That's the most important thing. Here's Andrew Fernandez. Fernandez is 1 for 2 with a double in the second and a line out to second in the third inning. Pitch will skip in the dirt. It's 1-0. As John mentioned, Fernandez is the son of Alex Fernandez, who was a pitcher on that 1997 Florida Marlins team. I believe he had a no-hitter against the Chicago Cubs in that season. Count is 1-0. The offering from Rodriguez lifted high out in the left field. Barmakian going back. He'll race towards foul territory, and that one is foul. Count is 1-1 on the Mustangs catcher. Fernandez on the season, he's batting .235 coming to the ball game tonight at 13 RBI and now 2 doubles on the season. Rodriguez, the 1-1 pitch, it's outside, it's 2-1. Rodriguez working to Fernandez. This is signed from Brady West. The wind up, the 2-1 pitch. And that one is low to Fernandez. Count now 3-1. On deck for the Mustangs is Brian Pereira, the first baseman. Rodriguez trying to sit Fernandez down here. I see Pereira in the 6th inning. 3-1 offering. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. A foul tip. Count now full 3-2. The home half of the 5th, it'll be Barmakian, Reyes, and Stroop for the Chukars. The home plate umpire Eric Martinez got to deliver the ball to Victor. The count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Fernandez. A walk will extend it for Pereira, and a strikeout ends it here in the 5th inning. Rodriguez at the belt. The payoff pitch, that's outside, ball 4. It's the 3rd walk issued by Victor Rodriguez. And it will bring up Brian Pereira. Pereira had a 2-run single in the 3rd with the bases loaded. So 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the 3rd. Be a left-handed batter to face off against the southpaw Rodriguez. Runner at first, held by Dusty Stroop. Fernandez, no stolen base in the year, but he has been caught stealing 1 time. Rodriguez checks on the runner at first as he comes set. The first offering to Pereira, a check swing, and the pitch is low. 1-0. We mentioned on our pregame show, Pereira's playing his first game of the year at first base. He was told he's played first base with Joliet last season. He's listed on the Billings roster as a catcher. It's his first game at first. 1-0 pitch. There's a called strike, the outside edge of the plate, and it's 1-1. He is trying to work around the base runner here in the top of the 5th inning. The count is 1-1 to Brian Pereira. He's batting .266 on the season, 27 RBI. Should make it 29 now. Swing and a miss. The Rodriguez fastball. It's now 1-2. Rodriguez got him to swing on some high heat. Gets Pereira to climb the ladder. Step back in, does Brian Pereira. Count 1-2. Rodriguez getting his sign from West and comes set at the belt. Fernandez at first, the 1-2. Say, a little blooper out in the center field. That will drop in front of Thomas DeBonville. They're going to get the runner at second. No, he'll get back in time. The runner Fernandez thought he could go to third, but DeBonville came in gloved it and tried to get the throw in a second, but the runner Fernandez gets back in time. So a little blooper from Brian Pereira in center field. Puts a runner in scoring position for Jordan Barth. Tonight's attendance, 1,829. Showed up at Melaleuca Field tonight on Star Wars night. So here's Jordan Barth to the dish. Barth has reached both times he's been up tonight, drew a walk in the second, and reached on a fielder's choice in the third inning. 2 runners are on with 2 outs. First pitch to Barth is a little nubbler, fielded right to the pitcher for Rodriguez, throw over to first. That is in time. So Victor Rodriguez works around a 2-out walk and a 2-out bloop single from Brian Pereira and keeps us at a 3-2 game. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Chukars still down 3-2. Listening to Chukars Baseball on KSPZ. In this top of the 5th inning, facing off against Kelvin Pilot, it'll be Steve Barmakian, Jose Reyes, and Dusty Stroop to face off against the Billings righty, who looks to be eligible for a decision if he can work through this 5th inning. 3-1 is your score. In the last frame, the Chukars had a leadoff triple from Thomas de Bonville, but were unable to bring him home and make it a 1-run game. Home toss is done for the tall righty Pilot. Here's Steve Barmakian, 0 for 2 in the ball game tonight. Strikeout and a ground out to third. Barmakian looking for a hit to extend his hitting streak to 17 games. He's hit in the last 16. Of course, it's Barmakian, Reyes, and Stroop all with active hit streaks. Barmakian and Reyes looking for base knocks to extend it. The first offering to Steve is a ground ball chop foul down the third base line. The count now 0-1 on Barmakian, the left fielder out of Westfield, New Jersey, batting from the left side. He's down the count 0-1 to Kelvin Pilot, who's looked as good as advertised. Here's the 0-1 offering to Barmakian. It's a called strike right down Broadway. Count quickly 0-2 on Barmakian. Sun beginning to set just behind Melaleuca Field. Pilot looks into his catcher Fernandez. And timeout called at the plate by the catcher. Count is 0-2. Pilot kicks and deals. The 0-2 is lifted past the diving second baseman. That'll be a base hit and make it 17 games for Steve Barmakian. A liner single through the right side. Extends the hitting streak to 17 games. Here's Jose Reyes, and Jose needs to get a base hit to extend that hitting streak to 16 so far tonight. Reyes has grounded out 6-3 and grounded out a number 2-3. The catcher Fernandez making the play over at first. Barmakian over at first. He has 9 stolen bases. He's been caught stealing 3 times this season. First offering to Reyes, tries to bunt his way on down the left field line. Third baseman Mao will make the throw over to first. A really good throw by Abraham Mao. It's the bunt does the trick. It's a productive out as Barmakian advances into scoring position. And here's Dusty Stroop. He is 2 for 2 with 2 singles in the ball game tonight. He's extended his hitting streak to 18 games. Also thinking past the infield could make it a 3-2 ball game. Infield will shift towards third base, and the first baseman is playing way off the bag. First offing to Stroop is a ground ball past the third baseman. Mao. It'll be a base hit. They're going to put the stop sign at Barmakian at third, so another single for Dusty Stroop. So runners are at the corners for Hunter Hiskey. A chance for the Chukars to make it a one-run game. Stroop now 3 for 3 tonight. And now represents the tying run at first base for the Chukars. Hiskey tonight is 0 for 2, ground out to the first baseman and out on a 1-3 putout on a comebacker to the pitcher. That's Kelvin Pilot. Just offering to Hiskey's a called strike. Beautiful breaking ball from Pilot. Count is 0-1. One out, and runners are at the corners. Runner at first, Stroop held by the first baseman Pereira. A quick throw over to first, and Stroop's able to get back in time. Stroop on the bases this season. He has 11 stolen bases. He's been caught stealing once. Pilot checks over on Stroop at first over his shoulder. The 0-1-2 Hunter Hiskey is line foul out of play. Count now 0-2 on Hunter. Overall in the series now with the 2 at-bats in the ball game, Hiskey is 5 for 15. About 3 RBI in the series against the Mustangs. The count is 0-2. Pilot checks over on Stroop at first as he comes set. The kick and the 0-2. Hiskey fouls it back, and the count remains 0-2.
Let's keep your back straight. Go to the home of the Backsaver mattress.
Hiskey on the air, 72 RBI, batting .349 for the Chukars. Returning Chukar from last year's team. Pilot, a quick throw over to first, and Stroop gets back in time. There's no rules against consecutive pickoff throws here in the Pioneer League. They instituted one in the minor leagues last season. Could not do consecutive pickoff throws over to first. The count is 0-2 on Hunter Hiskey as timeout called by the Chukar DH. Who's played in every ball game this season. It's only him and Jesus Valdez of the Ogden Raptors. Pilot at the belt. The kick and the 0-2. That's way outside to Hiskey, and the count now 1-2. So Hiskey is 4th in the league in doubles with 24. His teammate Barmakian leads the league with 27. Where Steve's over at third base. Pilot at the belt once more. The 1-2 to Hiskey. Here's a ground ball. Got one up at second baseman. Throw to seconds in time. The relay to first. That will be in time. So it'll be a 4-6-3 double play, and that will end the bottom of the 5th inning. Chukars have opportunities to make it a one-run game, but just like that, they do not score. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We're through 5 on your Friday evening. We go to the top of the 6th. Chukars down 3-1. Listening to Chukars baseball on KSPZ. Three 0 in the top of the 4th. Glacier and Great Falls, all eyes are on that game. Glacier leads 5-1 over the Voyagers. And it's a battle between the Paddleheads and the Hawks. It's 9-7. Paddleheads lead as the 501st Legion comes out.
Looks like we're going to have to bring off the staff there. We got a batter at the box, and we got to get this game going. Fans, how about a big round of applause for our contestants tonight?
There was going to be a lightsaber battle between Charlie Chukar and Ewok and what I think is Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's several stormtroopers there. And the umpires will come over. We were ready to start this top of the 6th inning. Like they'll be out off the field. Everyone on the field is looking over, waiting for the Legion to get off. Here's Jordan Hovey to face off against Rodriguez. Hovey is 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out in the 2nd and flied out to the shortstop Callahan in the 3rd inning. Played yesterday at 2nd base, where he went 3 for 4, which broke a bit of a spell for Hovey. He went 1 for 15, dating back to the 28th of July. So they'll face off against Rodriguez here in the top of the 6th inning. First offering is lifted high but foul. Out of play. It'll find the seats and be a nice little souvenir for a fan. Count now 0-1. Checker bullpen is active as the top of the 6th inning gets underway. The right-hander beginning to toss for the Chukars. Rodriguez at the belt. The kick in the 0-1. Swing and a foul tip. And it's 0-2. And a 3-1 your score here in the top of the 6th inning. Depending on what happens the rest of the way through, could be in for another close finish. Overall, the baseball between Billings and the Chukars have been quite good to watch and call. The 0-2 is lifted high out towards left. Barmakian racing back towards the foul area, and that'll be out of play. Count remains 0-2. 3 straight foul-offs by Jordan Hovey. It's out of Omaha, Nebraska. He's a member of the Billings Mustangs last season, a second-year Mustang. Lefty-lefty matchup goes on as it's 0-2 with nobody outs and the bases empty. Rodriguez Looks into West. And timeout called at the plate by Hovey. Rodriguez now set. The count is 0-2. The offering is a high. The count now 1-2. Beryl Dixon, the lean right fielder, on deck for the Mustangs. Our left-handed batter to face off against Rodriguez. Count is 1-2. Rodriguez, the kick and the pitch. That's inside. It's 2-2. Rodriguez comes ready at the belt to deliver the 2-2 to Hovey. The pitch is fouled back, and the count remains 2-2. And a nice battle between Hovey and Rodriguez starting to brew here in the 6th inning. Chukars and the Mustangs both have identical hits. They both have 6. However, in the most important department, the run column, the Mustangs lead 3-1. Count is evened up 2-2 on Jordan Hovey as Rodriguez comes set. 2-2 delivered. It's a ground ball, foul ball, raced down to the first base side. Count remains 2-2. It's the 7th pitch of the at-bat. So again, good battle brewing between Hovey and Rodriguez. Next offering will be the 8th of the at-bat. There have been 5 foul-offs. The 2-2 from Rodriguez is swung on and missed. He struck him out swinging. That's strikeout number 5 for Victor. Six, excuse me. Rodriguez just continues to rack up Ks. He's tossed quite well here in his 6th start. So overall, his 23rd appearance out of the bullpen, out of this season rather, for the Chukars. Here's Beryl Dixon with 1 out, up to bat. First pitch they called strike outside edge. It's 0-1. Dixon's 0 for 2. He struck out in the 2nd and grounded out on a comebacker to Rodriguez. He bats on the left side, does Beryl Dixon out of Sacramento, California. The 0-1 is a signal to the left side. That'll be a base hit. Barmakian will glove it, and Dixon now has his 2nd base hit of the series, his 1st tonight. 7th base hit for the Mustangs. As we'll turn the lineup card over to Cruz Taylor. Taylor has reached all 3 times tonight. Double in the 1st, reached on an error in the 3rd, and drew a walk in the 4th inning. Taylor's been a tough out to get here in this series. Rodriguez against Taylor, 1 out, runner at 1st. First offering, called strike outside edge. It's 0-1. Rodriguez up over the century mark now at 100 pitches. On the bases for Dixon. No stolen bases so far this season with the Mustangs. Again, he was signed with the Billings squad Monday. The 0-1 to Taylor, swung on and fouled off. The count is 0-2. Dixon, however, is effective on the bases with Quad Cities earlier this season. He swiped 11 baggers in 12 chances. It's the River Bandits, now the Class A advanced affiliate of the Royals. Cruz Taylor, the 0-2, that's outside. Looked good from Victor. Count is now 1-2 on the Mustang center fielder. Taylor steps back in. The lefty-lefty matchup goes on. Rodriguez checks on the runner at first as he comes set. The 1-2 offering. That will skip in the dirt to get away from the catcher West. Dixon will advance on what will be a wild pitch. So Dixon moves into scoring position on the wild pitch from Rodriguez. The count is 2-2 on Taylor with 1 out. Just past 9 o'clock, just a few rays of sunshine remain. Lights are on here at the Luke. Rodriguez awaiting his sign from West. He will come set. A timeout called. Taylor will step out, step back in. Count now 2-2 with 1 out. Check on the runner at second. And the 2-2 offering is a high. Count now full on Taylor, 3-2. Wind blowing out towards left field. Wind has been on and off tonight. Beginning the ball game, it was not much wind to speak of, and then boom, the wind came racing in. The count is full on Taylor, 3 balls, 2 strikes, with the third baseman Mao on deck for the Mustangs. 3-2 off, and there goes Dixon. The throw over to third. There's not going to be a play there. It's ball 4. So Taylor will walk. Dixon will swipe third base, his first stolen base with the Mustangs. And that'll bring out Billy Gardner Jr. That'll do it for Victor Rodriguez. This pitching change is brought to you by Infinity Coin, with 14 years of experience in coins, currency, and bullion. We will tell you all about the new Chukars pitcher when we come back. The Mustangs have runners at first and third at the corners. They lead 3-1, 1 out in the top of the 6th inning. Game and takeover on the mound for Rodriguez. Wyatt on the season, he began the year as a two-way player. For a broken hand has forced him to just pitching for right now. Wyatt making his 10th appearance out of the Chukar pen. Through 11 innings and 2/3, he has allowed 18 hits, 15 walks to 16 strikeouts. The numbers on Wyatt, and a 12.34 earned run average. Final line for Rodriguez, he goes 5 innings and a third, 7 hits, 3 runs, all not earned, and 4 walks and 6 Ks for Rodriguez, currently on the hook for the loss. There are runners to his responsibility at first and third. So Tyler Wyatt takes over. He'll face off against Abraham Mao. Dixon is at third base, and Cruz Taylor is at first. Mao in the ball game is 1 for 3, a single in the third, and a run scored, his only base hit tonight. First offering to Mao is a called strike on the outside edge, the Wyatt fastball, and the count is 0-1. You're a member of the military, active duty, or retired. John Balgini has tickets here in the broadcast booth. Gotta show that DD-214, the military ID. The count is 0-1 on Abraham Mao. Wyatt comes set, knocks his head at West. The kick and the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Wyatt gets Mao to climb the ladder. It's 0-2. Wyatt out of Glendale, Arizona, 6 foot, 192. Played college ball at Grand Canyon University, the former San Francisco Giant minor leaguer. The 0-2 to Mao is lifted, lined right to Jose Reyes. Oh, what a play by Reyes. Reyes making the diving play over at the hot corner third base. So nice play by Jose Reyes. Runners remain where they are at first and third. Here's Jacob Klein to the dish. Klein is 1 for 3. His only base hit being a RBI single in the third. So 1 for 3 with an RBI single is Klein. Wyatt throws the fastball, curveball, slider, and the changeup. Favorite player is Giants outfielder Brandon Crawford. Runners remain at the corners. 2 outs now. The first pitch to Klein is low in the dirt, 1-0. The last couple outings for Wyatt. He has struggled out there. His last pitching appearance was against the Great Falls Voyagers, and took over for Jack DeCenzo after he went 1 2/3 and really struggled as the Chukars took the big 17-4 loss. The 1-0 is lifted high, playable for, well, who's going to get this in the infield? Looks like it's going to be Callahan. He'll camp underneath it. He's going to make the catch. The inning is over. So Tyler Wyatt comes on for Victor Rodriguez and strands 2 men on, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Chukars are down 3-1. You're listening to Chukars Baseball on KSPZ. Since he rejoin the team. So de Bonneville up to bat for the Chukars. Chukars need a string, hopefully trying to string some hits and some runs together. A swing and a miss on the outside breaking ball from Pilot, and the count is 0-1. De Bonneville 1 for 2 tonight. A nice extra base hit into right field. 1-0-1, and Pilot's got de Bonneville fooled, a swing and a miss, and that's 0-2 on the lower breaking ball in the dirt. Bases are empty here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And glad to have you with us on this Friday evening here on KSPZ The Sports Zone. Pilot kicks and delivers the 0-2 offering. De Bonneville will stay alive. He'll make some contact and foul it off. So the count will remain 0-2 on Debo. It's out of Silverthorne, Colorado. Member of last year's Chukars team. Acquired a trade with the Schaumburg Boomers. Pilot set, bell tie. The kick and the 0-2. It's fouled back again by Debo, and he'll stay alive to see another pitch from Pilot. It's 0-2 on Debo. Pilot, as we mentioned, a college teammate of John Nunnally Jr., who we had on the pregame show earlier tonight. He was the Pioneer League North Division Pitcher of the Week on July 19th. And was also the Mustangs opening day starter. Pilot, the kick and the 0-2 to de Bonneville, and another foul off from Debo, and the count will remain 0-2. Pilot 28 out of Roseville, California. Looks into his catcher Fernandez and comes set, bell tie. The 4th 0-2 pitch to de Bonneville, and he strikes out swinging. Be the 4th K for Pilot, as down goes de Bonneville. Here's Brendan Hewitt. Hewitt is 0 for 2, reached on an error in the 2nd, and scored a run on an Eric Callahan single up the middle. He flied out to left his last time up. He's 0 for 2 here in the ball game tonight. Their lefty to face off against the right. This batting lineup is loaded with left-handed batters. There's 5 in the lineup tonight for the Chukars. The first offering to Hewitt is a called strike down the middle, and it's 0-1. One out here in the 6th inning. The Chukars, as John mentioned earlier, hoping to try and get a right-handed batter to add into the Chukar batting lineup. The next offering is in the dirt, 1-1. Only 2 switch hitters on the Chukars as well. It's Damani Thomas and Hunter Hudson. The count is 1-1 on Brendan Hewitt. A delivery from Pilot, a check swing. They appeal over to third, and they rule he went around. It's 1-2. So Hewitt quickly down the count against Kelvin Pilot, who's tossed quite well out of the Mustang rotation. Only allowed 1 run in the 2nd. That was a run unearned. The 1-2 from Pilot is lined foul. It'll be parking lot bound. Count remains 1-2. Pilot working to Hewitt with 1 out, bases empty. The 1-2 is a ground ball, slowly rolling. Hewitt, he gobbled up by Pilot, throw over to first. That is in time. So great effort by Kelvin Pilot, who races off the mound. It's the slow rolling grounder, underhand toss over to third. It's in time. So Hewitt is out on a 1-3 putout. Here's Brady West. He's 0 for 2 tonight. A ground out to first and a strikeout. Still trying to work through the cold spell he's had at the dish. their left-handed batter to face off against Kelvin Pilot. Offering, it's outside to West. It's 1-0. West, of course, has that uppercut swing, which can really, it's a good pitch, can put a lot of air on the ball, but it can result in a lot of flyouts and a lot of strikeouts. The 1-0 to West is lifted high, but foul back of home plate. And the count will be evened up 1-1 on Brady West.
At the end of this inning, so if you put in a bid, come up and check to make sure you have a bid out bid and see if you're a winner in tonight's selling auction.
Our second baseman, Jacob Klein, playing on the edge of the outfield grass, closer towards first base. The next pitch to West, it's outside in the dirt, it's 2-1. Shortstop Barth playing closer towards the edge of the outfield grass as well, closer towards the the third base side of second. The count is 2-1. West ahead of the count. The offering from Pilot is fouled back over the press box. Count goes to 2-2. The seventh, it'll be Wirtz, Fernandez, and Pereira to face off against Tyler Wyatt. It's a close ball game, 3-1 your score. Here on your Friday night. The count 2-2. Pilot belt high, kicks and fires. West fouls it off once again. He'll stay alive to see another pitch from Pilot. Count remains 2-2, 2 outs on the Chukar catcher. If West were to reach, it would bring up Eric Callahan, who has reached both times he has been up tonight. Pilot comes set, gets a sign he likes from Fernandez. The 2-2. A ground ball, foul ball, shot foul towards the first base picnic area. It's 3 straight foul offs for West, who's trying to protect the count. He'll step out, adjust the gloves. His elbow guard and his right arm. The count is 2-2 on Brady West. This will be the third 2-2 pitch of the at-bat. Pilot fires the 2-2 offering. It's called strike 3 on the outside edge as West is rung up looking. That will end the bottom of the 6th. Kelvin Pilot tosses a 1-2-3 frame and notches 2 more Ks. We're through 6. We go to the top of the 7th. Chukars still down 3-1. Listening to Chukars baseball on KSPZ. Look for the loss. So here's Gabe Wirtz to face off against Tyler Wyatt. Wirtz is 0 for 3. He struck out his last time up. So Wirtz 0 for 3. It's good that the Chukars have kept Wirtz from reaching. He's been good power bat for the Mustangs and very effective on the bases. The first offering to Wirtz is swung on and missed. Nice offering from Tyler Wyatt, and the count is quickly 0-1. Earlier in this series, Wirtz reaching his first in 6 straight at-bats. And he's been really kept in check with the Chukar. Here's a fly ball out towards foul territory. Dusty Stroop races over, and did he make the catch? It was right by the netting. Say bounced off the netting, so no catch. The count will go to 0-2 on Gabe Wirtz. It's out of Marbury, Alabama, 6'4", 230. Once hit 6 homers in a 5-game span in the early portion of this season. The count is 0-2. The pitch from Wyatt is lifted foul, back of home play, out of play. This will find the seats and bounce right off the roof of the press box. The count is 0-2. It's the best hitting team, the Chukars, and against the best pitching team, the Mustangs. So far, it's 3-1. The Mustangs in control for now, but it's a manageable deficit. The Chukars can definitely claw back from a deficit like this. Here's the 0-2 offering. It's outside to Brady West, count 1-2. Wirtz is built like a football player, and that's what he also played in football. He was a wide receiver and safety. A 2-sport athlete in high school was Gabe Wirtz. Here's the 1-2 from Wyatt. It's laced out in the left field, going back his bar, making that'll bounce off, one hop off the wall. It'll be a base hit. Wirtz will race over to second. He'll go in sliding. It'll be a double for Gabe Wirtz. His first extra base hit of the series. So Gabe Wirtz with a double to left field. For Wirtz, that is double number 20 on the season, and that'll put him in the top 5 for doubles. Here's Andrew Fernandez, the catcher. Fernandez has doubled in the ball game. He is 1 for 2 officially, double in the second, line out to second in the third, and drew a walk in the 5th inning. So an insurance run for the Mustangs over at second base, facing off against Wyatt here in the 7th inning. First pitch to Fernandez is a breaking ball way inside, and the count is 1-0. Wirtz on the bases, has 2 stolen bases this season, and he has been caught once. Count is 1-0. Wyatt comes set, chest high, checks on the runner at second. The 1-0 offering is lifted high. Hewitt will go back. It's playable for the right fielder. He says, "I got this." Wirtz will tag up. He'll go over to third, and he will advance. So a productive out as Fernandez flies out, advancing Gabe Wirtz to third. So an insurance run for the Mustangs now 90 feet away as Brian Pereira steps to the dish. Pereira is 2 for 3 tonight. 2 singles, 2 RBI for the Mustang first baseman. A lefty-righty matchup. Face off as the infield will play in. Chukars can ill afford a run. So Brian Pereira to face off against Tyler Wyatt. First offering from Tyler is outside, 1-0. Velocity is there for Tyler. He's been clocked in around 94. And he initially was a two-way player, but a broken hands forced him to do bullpen duty. The 1-0 pitch. There's the called strike on the outside edge. It's 1-1 on Pereira. Has a chance to knock in a run with the Chukar infield playing in. Anything past the infield will score Gabe Wirtz. Wyatt at the letters. The 1-1 is a ground ball, foul ball. On the first base side, count remains one. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes on Pereira. Wirtz double to begin the 7th inning. One hopped off the wall and advanced to third on a flyout. Count 1-2. Wyatt looks into his catcher. Last comes set. The 1-2 offering is a ground ball. They'll get past Dusty Stroop to the right side. That will score Gabe Wirtz. So an RBI single makes it a 4-1 ball game. Ryan Pereira now with 3 RBI tonight on the single past Dusty Stroop at first base. Here's Jordan Barth. Barth is 0 for 2. Drew a walk in the second, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, and grounded out on a comebacker to Rodriguez in the 5th. Runner at first. The Mustangs now lead 4-1 over your Chukars. Bart tries to bunt his way on, but it's bunted foul back of home plate, and the count is 0-1 on the Mustang shortstop. Seen a couple bunts in this ball game. Jose Reyes laid down on a sac bunt earlier. It's a good sac bunt by Reyes, but the third baseman Mao made a great throw. Runner at first. Again, the count is 0-1 on Barth. Is a liner that gets off of Jose Reyes. That'll be a base hit. It was lined right to Rodriguez, deflected off his body, so another base hit. The second consecutive single in this 7th inning. It's the first base hit of the night for Jordan Barth, and it puts 2 men on for Jordan Hovey. Hovey's 0 for 2. He has struck out twice tonight. Other left-handed batter to face off against the righty Wyatt. And 2 runners on, 1 out in the 7th inning. The Mustangs lead 4-1. Wyatt checks on the runner at second. The first pitch is swung on and missed on the Wyatt fastball. Blows by Jordan Hovey, and the count is 0-1. Mustangs now out hitting the Chukars. They now have 10 base knocks in the ballgame. Compared to the Chukars 6. The 0-1 from Wyatt. That's outside. It's 1-1. Wind still blowing out towards left field. Still feeling kind of muggy out here at Melaleuca Field. Count is evened up 1-1, 1 out, and 2 men on for the Mustangs. Wyatt checks on the runner. Look over at Pereira at second. 2 checks, the 1-1. Swing and a miss on the Wyatt fastball, and just like that, 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count on Hovey. Shortstop Callahan playing closer towards the third base side of second. With 2 men on. The 1-2, it's lifted high but foul. This will be back of home plate, and that will go over the press box. Count remains 1-2 on Hovey. It will step off the mound. He'll look into his catcher West, awaiting his sign. Hovey awaiting the 5th pitch of the at-bat. The count is 1-2. And timeout called at the plate by Jordan Hovey. Beryl Dixon awaits on deck for the Mustangs. Wyatt will come set at the shoulders, checks over on Pereira at second. Kick and the 1-2. It's a ground ball gobbled up by Boning. Throw to second in time, the relay, and he's safe. So they get the force out. Barth is out 4-6. Pereira advances to third. It'll be a fielder's choice for Hovey that allows him to reach for the first time tonight.
Batting number 49, right fielder, Beryl Dixon.
So runners are at the corners for Beryl Dixon, who singled his last time up. Beryl Dixon is 1 for 3 tonight, 2 for 12 in the series. Their left-handed batter to face off against Wyatt. It's the 9-hole batter for the Mustangs. Another run for Billings over at third, 90 feet away. Just offering to Dixon. There's a called strike at the letters. It's 0-1. It's a nice-looking pitch from Wyatt. It's in the lean right fielder for the Mustangs. Faces the 0-1. It's outside count now 1-1 on Dixon. Count is 1-1. Hovey at first and Pereira at third. Wyatt kicks and the 1-1. It's high. West has to jump out of the crouch to the high fastball from Tyler Wyatt. Count 2-1. The command has been an issue for Wyatt out there on the mound. His time pitching for the Chukars so far. He has walked 15 and struck out 16. Dixon ahead of the count on Wyatt. Count 2 balls, 1 strike on Dixon. Wyatt nods his head twice at West. The 2-1. It is outside and low. Count now 3-1. A walk without the bases for Cruz Taylor, who has reached all 4 times tonight. If he bats and the bases loaded, it could be trouble for the Chukars. The count is 3-1. Wyatt deals the pitch. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss. And there'll be no throw from Brady West as Hovey will go to second. A stolen base for Hovey. So now runners in scoring position, leaves first base open for Beryl Dixon. The count is full, 3-2. For Hovey, his second stolen base of the season. Cruz Taylor on deck for the Mustangs. Wyatt set, chest high. The payoff pitch, that's high, ball 4. So the bases are now loaded for Cruz Taylor. Pereira at third, Hovey at second, and Beryl Dixon now over at first base. Taylor tonight has reached all 4 times he's been up, double in the first, reached on an error in the third, and has drawn walks the last 2 times he has been up, but he will not face Tyler Wyatt as Billy Gardner Jr. steps out to make a pitching change. Brought to you by Infinity Coin, with 14 years of experience in coins, currency, and bullion. We will tell you all about the new Chukar pitcher when we come back. The bases are loaded with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. It's 4-1 Billings. of August, where he worked 1 inning plus, allowed 3 hits and struck out 2. He was pulled in that inning when the bases were loaded for Keegan McGinnis, who made the big play to save the game, striking out the side in that inning. So it's up to Luke Lorita to keep it at a 4-1 game with the bases loaded. Final line for Tyler Wyatt, who goes 1 inning plus, allowing 3 hits, 1 run earned. There are 3 runners left to his responsibility as the bases are loaded. He walked 1, and he did not strike out a batter. So it's up to the lefty, Luke Lorita. It's to him to work out of the bases loaded jam here in the top of the 7th. Lorita began the year with the Glacier Range Riders, only lasted 4 games there, made 1 start with the Range Riders. Played college ball at Cal State Dominguez Hills and Hawaii Pacific. For the Chukars, Lorita has not allowed an earned run. He has worked 3 innings as Luke Lorita. 4 hits, no runs, no walks, and 4 Ks for Lorita. Again, no earned run allowed by Lorita. Here's Cruz Taylor. As we mentioned before we went to break, he's reached all 4 times tonight. 2 walks, reached on an error, and he doubled to begin the ball game in the first inning. A left-handed batter to face the lefty Lorita with the bases loaded. Dixon at first, Hovey at second, and Pereira at third base. The first offering from Lorita, that's just a bit low, and the count is 1-0. Lorita is 6'3", 185, 27 years old. He was picked by the Chukars 7th overall in the 2022 midseason draft out in Boise just 2 weeks ago. Count is 1-0 on Cruz Taylor. A big out to get for Lorita. The kick and the 1-0 pitch. It's lifted high out towards center field. DeBonville's going back. He's got a read on it. He's going to make the catch, and that will do it. So 2 pitches. Lorita comes out of the bullpen and strands the bases loaded. Here in the top of the 7th, 1 run does score on 3 hits, no errors, and Lorita left all 3 men on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Chukars still down by the score of 4-1. Listening to Chukars Baseball on KSPZ. Big coming up. Pilot back for the... The Chukars are down 4-1. The only one the Chukars have scored against Pilot was a run unearned in the 2nd inning. Was an RBI single from the first man up in this bottom of 7th. It'll be Callahan, Boning, and Barmakian to face off against Kelvin Pilot. For Pilot through 6 innings, he has struck out 5, allowed 6 hits. Again, 1 run that's unearned against the righty Pilot. Final line for Tyler Wyatt. He goes 1 1/3, 3 hits, 1 run earned against Wyatt, 1 walk, and he did not strike out a batter. Victor Rodriguez remains on the hook for the loss. Chukars down 3. Here's Eric Callahan. He's reached both times he's been up tonight. A RBI single in the second, and he drew a walk in the 4th inning. Well, Kelvin Pilot has tossed quite well. The Billings bullpen is active with a left-hander throwing, as Eric Callahan stepped up to the dish. 1 for 1 officially tonight. The first offer from Pilot's a ground ball gobbled up by Jordan Barth. It gets past him actually into left field. That's going to be an error on Barth. It looked like he had the play there on the Callahan grounder, but that's going to be an error on Jordan Barth, the second error of the game for the Mustangs, and their 5th of the series. So Brandon Boning will step to the dish after Callahan reaches on the error by the other shortstop tonight. Boning is 0 for 2, a fly out to right and a ground out on a comebacker to Pilot in the 4th inning. First offering to Boning is a high. It's 1-0. Pilot now up to 91 pitches into the ball game. He's been able to find the zone well and come over the plate. He's had 62 called strikes tonight. Pilot checks over on Callahan at first. So he comes set. The 1-0 is a called strike on the inside corner. Count is 1-1 on Brandon Boning, who had 4 hits since he's joined the Chukars. So far he's 0 for 2 tonight. Pilot at the belt. The kick and the 1-1. It's a swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. Fernandez will look back. Callahan to first. Count 1-2 on Boning with nobody out. Callahan on the bases this season, 13 stolen bases, tied with Brendan Hewitt. He's been caught stealing 1 time this year. So Pilot ahead of Boning, 1-2. The windup and the offering to Boning, a swing and a miss. They're going to throw over to first, and Callahan gets back in time. So Boning strikes out swinging. Goes 0 for 3 tonight. Should at least have 1 more at bat in the ballgame and try and get a base knock. Here's Steve Barmakian. He's 1 for 3. Hit a single in the 5th. And extended his hitting streak to 17 straight games. And they're a left-handed batter to face off against Pilot. This lineup again is loaded with lefties. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. The first offering, a check swing. The pitch was upstairs. The count is 1-0 on Barmakian. Pilot checks over on Callahan at first, looks over his left shoulder. It's a quick throw over to first, and Callahan dives back in time. Count is 1-0 on Steve Barmakian, the Chukar left fielder, as Jim Riggleman will step out. Looks like we're going to have a pitching change. No point to the bullpen yet. The meeting on the mound has been called. Count is 1-0 on Barmakian. As the infield converges on the mound. A left-hander throwing for the Mustangs in the bullpen. And no pitching changes made as Riggleman will jog back over towards the third base dugout. The catcher Fernandez having a chat with Pilot. The manager Riggleman goes back to the dugout. The count is 1-0 on Barmakian. He's adjusting the batting gloves. So he'll step back in. Eric Callahan over at first base. The Chukars have had opportunities to score in the home halves of this ball game, but have been unable to score since the second against Pilot. Comes the 1-2 offering to Barmakian. That's outside. 2-0 the count. Wind has died out. So Old Glory rests over on the flagpole in center field. The count is 2-0 on Barmakian. Pilot belt high, the kick and the pitch. It's outside. 3-0. And Pilot's frustrated himself. He pounds the glove as he steps back on the mound. Some location issues late. He's close up to 100 pitches now in the ball game. The 3-0 pitch to Barmakian. There's the called strike on the outside edge of the dish, and the count is 3-1 as Pilot's able to come back to the plate. Barmakian's ahead in the count, 3-1. He's been walked 41 times this season, the most of any Chukar. And good for 7th in the Pioneer League in terms of walks. The 3-1. There's another called strike from Pilot. So he paints the outside edge. Count now full on Barmakian, 3-2. On deck for the Chukars is Jose Reyes, another left-handed batter. One out. Eric Callahan over at first base. The count is full on Barmakian. Pilot checks the runner. Comes set. Payoff pitch to Steve Barmakian is lifted into left field. Going back is Wirtz. He's going to camp underneath it. He's going to make the catch for the second out. So 2 down. It'll bring up Jose Reyes, but Reyes will not face Kelvin Pilot. Out comes Jim Riggleman. He'll point to the bullpen, and that'll be it for Kelvin Pilot. This pitching change is brought to you by Infinity Coin, with 14 years of experience in coins, currency, and bullion. We will tell you all about the new Mustangs pitcher when we come back. The Chukars have a runner at first base. 2 outs to the bottom. The 7th down, 4-1 to Billings. Bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher into the ball game for the Mustangs. Taking over for Kelvin Pilot is the lefty Bo Bovelin, who has been quite effective in this series. Last night he appeared in 1 inning. He just lights out from the bullpen. Also earned a save earlier in this series, his 2nd of the season. Taking over for Kenny Serwa. So he'll take over for Kelvin Pilot, who's worked 6 2/3, 6 hits, 1 run unearned against Pilot. He walked 1 batter, and he struck out 5. 1 runner left to his responsibility, 6 rather. 1 runner left to his responsibility in Eric Callahan over at first base. The first offering to Jose Reyes is a called strike on the inside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Reyes is 0 for 3 laid on a sac bunt his last time up. It's a good bunt, and also a good throw by the third baseman, Mao, to get him out. The 1-0, 0-1 lifted out, bouncer towards the second baseman, and did they tag Callahan? I don't think so. Reyes goes down on the play, and he's in a lot of pain. Out comes Katie Berglund, as down goes Jose Reyes. He got him in the left ankle. Well, the infield for the Mustangs is going off the field, so it looks like that'll be the end of the inning. No runs, no hits. There was one error, and there was no men left on base. We'll go to the 8th inning, and as they check on Jose Reyes. Chukars down 4-1. You're listening to Chukars Baseball on KSPZ. The Chukars are down 4-1. Luke Lorita back on the mound, and with the regular play-by-play, here's John Balgini.
Crazy way to end the bottom of the 7th inning. Ground ball that was hit by Jose Reyes. We assumed coming out of the box he twisted his ankle. The ball was hit to the second baseman, Hovey. He tagged the runner, Callahan, coming down from first to second. So basically, you give Jose a fielder's choice, although he never made it to first base. He never got out of the batter's box, and they had to take Reyes off of the field, and he was not putting any pressure on his injured foot, so that's not a good thing. So no runs, no hits, one error, and one left for the Chukars in the 7th. We go to the 8th. 4-1 the score. You take away the errors in this game, it would be a 1-0 ball game. Billings would be ahead. Seth Strong will come in and play first base and bat second. Dusty Stroop goes from first base to third base for the injured Reyes. Four runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for Billings. 1 run, 6 hits, 2 errors for the Chukars. Kelvin Pilot did a number on Idaho Falls tonight. Chukars had their chances. Leadoff triple in the 4th by DeBonville, didn't score. Chukars had runners at first and third in the 5th inning. 1 out, didn't score. So they've blown some opportunities. This is Jackson Raper, who came into the ball game to pinch hit for Mao in the 6th inning. He lined out to Reyes. So Laredo faced one batter in the 7th inning, got out of the bases loaded jam. First pitch to Raper's down low from Laredo. So Seth Strong at first. Stroop goes from first to third. And that's the only defensive change here in the top half of inning number 8. Well, can the Chukars come back? They trailed last night, but only by 1 run. Actually, they trailed by 2 at one point. Next pitch, that one's low. The appeal, yes. He went around, and the count is 1-1. If the Chukars don't come back, it's a double owie because Glacier beat Great Falls tonight. Chukars have a chance to get a game ahead of the Voyagers, but they got to win this game. And it's not looking promising, folks. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jackson Raper. Next pitch is fouled out of play right in front of us. Ooh. You could hear that. It sounded loud. It landed on the, not the concrete, but the metal seats here at Melaleuca. So Glacier beats the Voyagers 7-2. That's good, but it's not good if the Chukars cannot come back here. Other scores: Grand Junction 11, Northern Colorado 5. Missoula leads Boise 11-7, and Rocky Mountain leads Ogden 9-4. Here it's 4-1 Billings. Chopper, 2-hopper to Brandon Boning. He'll make the play to Seth Strong for out number 1. Chukars 2 errors, both came in the 3rd inning, both by Eric Callahan, and it allowed 3 runs to score that should not have scored. There's Jacob Klein, the second baseman, 1 for 4 tonight, 1 for 11 in the series. Well, the Chukars have 2 more at-bats. We're in the top of the 8th, 4-1 Billings. Chukars led 1-0 after 2. They scored an unearned run in the second. First pitch from Larita outside, ball 1. As Hewitt reached on an error, went to second on a balk, went to third on a ground out, and then Eric Callahan knocked him home. The only run of the night for Idaho Falls. One 0 pitch, that's parking lot bound. It's 1-2. 4th game of the series, and we have not had a double-digit tally by either team, and that is very strange in this Pioneer League. Good pitching by both clubs. Tonight, the errors have come back to bite the Chukars, as they have many times this year. This pitch is chopped foul, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pilot 6 2/3, 1 unearned run, walked 1, struck out 6. Maybe the best outing by a opposing pitcher this year. Tomorrow night, Joe Slocum for the Chukars and Mr. TBA for the Mustangs to be announced. 1-2, 1 out, top of 8, 4-1 the score. This one is lifted foul and out of play. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chukars were hoping for a 3rd straight win over Billings. If they get that win, it's going to have to be a comeback win. But the Chukars will have 3, 4, 5 coming up in the 8th inning. Off of Bo Bovelin, who's been pretty darn good in this series. Larita, 1-2 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2-2 the count. Larita, 6'3", 185. 27 years old out of Northridge, California. A good addition thus far to this Chukars pitching staff. Hopefully Jose Reyes is going to be okay. They had to carry him off the field, and of course Tyler Kelly still injured. Although he took some BP today, I understand, did Tyler Kelly. You see Jose limping off the field. No weight on his left foot. Being carried off the field. That's not a good sign. The Chukars' top hitter. 2-2, Larita to Klein. The pitch outside, count full. Well, the Chukars have been bit hard by the injury bug this year. Of course, Tyler Wyatt went out earlier. Sam Troyer's done. Calvin Estrada's done. And now Jose Reyes might be hopefully not done for the season, but I guarantee he won't play tomorrow. 3-2 pitch is a swing and a miss, as Larita got Klein to chase one out of the strike zone. Out number 2. And the batter will be Gabe Wirtz. He is 1 for 4 tonight, 7 for 15 in the series. And that'll be it for Luke Larita. Out comes the skipper, Billy Gardner Jr. This pitching change brought to you by Infinity Coin. Brought to you by Infinity Coin with 14 years of experience in coins, currency, and bullion. We'll tell you about the new checker pitcher when we come back. We're in the top half of the 8th inning, 2 out, nobody on base, and the Checkers trail by a 4-1 score. The Checkers is
Brought to you by Carl Lopez with Highlands Residential Mortgage. Now pitching.
although not a close situation, but Nate hasn't pitched for a couple of nights. He replaces Luke Larita, who worked a perfect inning, retired all 3 batters he's faced, and he struck out 1. Jenkins making his 31st appearance out of the Chukars bullpen this year. He has a record of 4 wins, 1 loss, and 7 saves. ERA of 4.35 off big Nate Jenkins. And opposing batters hitting just .282. He replaces Larita with 2 outs, nobody on base. And the batter is Gabe Wirtz, the cleanup hitter for the Billings Mustangs. 4-10-2 the line for the Mustangs, 1-6-2 the line score for the Chukars. Rodriguez went 5 1/3, did not give up an earned run. He's going to be on the hook for the loss, an undeserved loss. Tyler Wyatt pitched an inning and a third, gave up 1 run, and then Larita came in and pitched a perfect 1. Now it's Jenkins on with 2 out here in the top of the 8th. Wirtz tonight 1 for 4, doubled his last time up. And the first pitch is a fastball, a swing and miss. Pitch up in the eyes of Wirtz. And the count is 0-1. Jenkins, 39 innings of work, 48 strikeouts, and 11 walks. He's been outstanding all year long. The second-year Chucker. Next pitch is a called strike at the knees, and it's 0-2. You take Jenkins, Nunnally, and McGinnis. I'd take those 3 guys out of the bullpen over any other 3 in the Pioneer League. Although Billings has a pretty good bullpen itself. 2 strikes with 2 outs. Chukars hoping for a comeback to pick up a game on Great Falls. And I think that's the team the Chukars will be battling for the second half playoff spot unless Billings gets hot over the final month. Actually, 3 weeks left. Here's a slow roller going to be fielded by Stroop, cut in front of the shortstop, and Dusty throws it away. That'll be an error on Stroop. Bad throw. The 3rd error of the ball game against Idaho Falls. Well, Dusty hasn't played third in quite some time. Didn't have really a chance to warm up. He cut in front of Callahan, and that's the play that should make it. If the third baseman can make the play in front of the shortstop, it's his ball. But the throw was wild, wide right, or I should say wild left, and first baseman Seth Strong could not even get any leather on it. Brings up Andrew Fernandez. He's 1 for 3, doubled his first time up. The pitch is going to be a called strike one. Again, Stroop, Hiskey, DeBonville in bottom of 8. Nate Jenkins' job, keep the Mustangs off the scoreboard for the rest of the game. There goes the runner. Here's a throw by West, and he airmails it into center field. Whoa, that'll be another error. Number 4 on the Chukars. Wirtz steals his 3rd base of the year. That's it. And he goes to 3rd on the throwing error by Brady West. The bad news, runner at 3rd. The good news, there's 2 outs. The count on the batter is 1 ball, 1 strike. Jenkins, ball hit right up the middle, and that's going to score a run. Another unearned run for the Mustangs. Fernandez picks up his 2nd hit of the game, his first RBI of the ball game, and it's now a 5-1 score. And again, it should have been a 3-up, 3-down inning, but that did not happen. Here's Brian Pereira. He's had a great game, 3 for 4 with 3 RBI. And he's going to be called back as Bryce Jackson will pinch hit for Pereira. Don't understand that move. But then again, I'm not the manager. And nobody listens to me anyway. Runner at first base with 2 outs here in the 8th. It's a 5-1 ball game. The comeback just got a little bit tougher for the Chukars. Throw to first base. Jackson played in last night's game, went 0 for 4. He's 2 for 9 in this series. He's a left-handed batter facing the righty Jenkins. And the ball hit, base hit into right field. Well, I guess don't argue with the former big league manager Jim Riggleman. He knows what he's doing. So Jenkins comes in, gave up the error, which should have been the 3rd out, and now back-to-back singles. And it brings up Jordan Barth, the shortstop, who is 1 for 3. Mustangs have doubled up the Chukars in the hit column, 12-6. It's been a while since the Chukars have committed 4 errors in a ball game. They've done much better here in the second half, but tonight, 2 errors in the 3rd, 2 in the 8th, and the result, 4 runs that should not have been scored. The pitch is fly ball, right field. Hewitt has to come in quickly. Boning going out, and the second baseman makes the catch in shallow right field for out number 3. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 2 men left. Bottom of 8 we go. Chukars now down by a 5-1 count. by the name of Brad Boverlin, and you'd think the identical spelling of the last name. Not a correlation between the two, but I understand he's a distant cousin, the former Chucker Brad Boverlin, to Bo, but they've never met one another, so I guess they're related, but not by much. Here's Dusty Stroop, 3 for 3 tonight for the Chucker first baseman, now third baseman. One run that came back in the second inning. An RBI by Eric Callahan. Pilot and Boverlin, they've done the rest for the Mustangs. Pitch high, ball one. .7:05 game time tomorrow, and then a 4 o'clock start on Sunday. And the Chuckers are gone for a week. 1-0, called strike, outside corner, evens out the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Dusty with 3 singles, 2 to left, 1 to right. 18-game hitting streak, that ties Hiskey and Estrada for the longest this season. 1-1 pitch. Dusty started, then let up, and the pitch was high. It's 2-1. Boverlin kicks, 2-1 pitch. Dusty fouls it out of play, 2-2. We'll check the scores in our Westmark Credit Union Burger Theory postgame show. And maybe, looking doubtful, an interview with our player of the game on the field. Here's the 2-2 to Stroop, inside, ball 3. Chuckers need base runners. Count full on Stroop. Hiskey on deck. Wind is picked up again, blowing from right to left. Swing and a miss, and down goes Dusty. Out number 1 for the Chuckers. Hiskey the batter. Hunter's hitless tonight, 0 for 3. Hasn't gotten the ball out of the infield. Ground out to first, a ground out to the pitcher. Then he hit into a 4-6-3 double play in the 5th inning. Boverlin against Hiskey, lefty. Breaking ball, pretty pitch by Boverlin. Started inside and then broke over the inside edge of the plate for a called strike. Tough pitch to hit if you're a left-handed batter. Next pitch, Hunter chases one in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Well, we can see why Billings has the best pitching staff in the Pioneer League. They've handcuffed the Chuckers, although only their second win tonight if they do win. 15 hits for the Chuckers last night, 11 the night before. But in the first game, they only had 8, and they have only 6 tonight. Pitches outside, 1-2.
Other thing, too, for Billings pitching has been their command. They've only walked 2 batters in this entire series. They've been able to attack the zone well, and it shows against a team that the Chuckers, which are the most walked team in the Pioneer League.
Count 1-2. Nobody on base. Bottom of 8. 5-1 Mustangs. Hunter takes the next pitch low, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two and 2. The pitch from Boverlin. Did he go? No, says the third base umpire. The count full as Hunter checked the swing. Hunter with a great eye at the plate. More walks and strikeouts. And the Chukars need, well, let's see, at least 3 base runners. Down by 4. Payoff pitch 3-2. Outside. Ooh, called strike 3 on the outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts by Bovelin. And now it's Thomas de Bonville. It was a 3-1 game. De Bonville tripled in the 4th to lead it off, and he didn't score. The 2-out big hits have not been there for the Chukars tonight. It's not like they have left a lot of men on base, but they've left a lot of men in scoring position on base. Debo takes the pitch for a called strike 1. Oh, 1 on the way, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Bovin looks into his catcher. That's Andrew Fernandez. By the way, Bryce Jackson stayed in the game. He's playing third base now for Pereira. The waste pitch outside, 1-2. Fernandez set the target on the outside, hoping Debo would chase. He did not, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Chukar center fielder. That's a ball that's outside, 2-2. Quite a few folks still sticking around, but really not much to cheer about tonight. That pitch is outside, the count full, 3-2. I see a young mother feeding her baby a bottle. Heck, I'll take a bottle right now. Not of that kind. Full count, 3-2. 2 outs, nobody on base. The payoff pitch, swing and a miss, and Bovelin strikes out the side in inning number 8. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the 9th. 5-1 Mustangs on top. Like a Friday the 13th, but it's Friday the 12th. Hope tomorrow will be a better night here at the ballpark. Hovey will lead it off, then it's Dixon, and then Cruz Taylor. Hovey 3 hits last night, 0 for 4 tonight. Top of 9. Billings scored 3 in the 3rd, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. The lone Chukar run came way back in the 2nd. And there's an unhappy Chukar fan crying on her way home. Pitch high and outside, ball one. But hey, the sun will rise tomorrow. We'll play again tomorrow night. Hopefully for a better ending, a swing and a miss, and it's 1-1 strike on Jordan Hovey. But hey, the Chukars still have one more crack at it in the bottom of the ninth.
Please come to the gift shop. Deegan Jones to the gift shop, please.
Jenkins set, kicks, 1-1 pitch. Ball hit to Barmakey, and he's going back. It's going to be over his head off the wall, and didn't play that all that well. It gets away from him. It'll be a double for Hovey here in the ninth inning. Went off the Idaho Skin Center sign in left field. Shameless plug for one of our advertisers. Brings up Beryl Dixon, number 9 hitter. 1 for 3, 2 for 12 in the series. No action in the Mustangs pen. That means we'll see Bo in the ninth. And that's not good for Chukar fans. Dixon, big, tall, left-handed swinger. Tall and skinny. Squares the bunt, lays it down, hard bunt. Jenkins doesn't even look at the runner, and he's going to make it to third. Maybe should have ran to, run to the runner coming from second, third. He had stopped in between, but Nate gets the out. Sacrifice for Dixon. Could have played that maybe a little better. One out brings up Cruz Taylor. The ball was bunted hard. A one-hopper to Nate. Did not even look at the runner at second. Said just went right to first, and that allowed Hovey to go to third. Now the infield comes in. Taylor tonight, 1 for 3. He's hit in all 4 games. A swing and a miss on a Jenkins fastball. Looking ahead to the bottom half, Hewitt, Weston, Callahan. Chukars with only 6 hits, and hey, Dusty Stroop has 3 of those 6. The 0-1 pitch, low, nice block by Brady West. Pitch in the dirt, 1-1. Great Falls lost, but the Chukars, it looks like they will not pick up a game in the Northern Division standings. Missoula is winning. That means Missoula would take over sole possession of first place. And again, if the Paddleheads win the second half, it's the best record in both halves. We'll get the second playoff spot in the North. 1-1 strike, 1 out. A swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. While the Chukars are playing Missoula, Great Falls will be playing Billings. Well, hopefully the Mustangs can stay hot and the Chukars can find some way to beat Missoula. They've lost 5 out of 6 against the Paddleheads. The count 1-2. A runner at third base is Hovey. Taylor takes it outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mustangs now with 13 base hits, the most they've had in the series. And the Chukar bats, not much tonight. You take away Stroop, they've had only 3 hits. Good pitching. The 2-2, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Out number 2. And here's Jackson Raper, came in the 6th inning for Abraham Mao, and Raper's 0 for 2 in his 2 at-bats tonight. Left-handed batter is Raper. And he's going to have a ball hit right to Brandon Boning, who makes the squeeze for out number 3. So no runs on a hit, no errors, 1 left. Last chance for the Chucks. They're down by a 5-1 score. Hewitt tonight is 0 for 3, has scored the only run of the game back in the second, reached on an error by the first baseman. He was balked to second, went to third on a ground out, and he scored on the Callahan single. That gave the Chukars a 1-0 lead, and they haven't scored since the second inning. That's what happened 3 nights ago when the Chukars got beat 3-2. Their final run was scored in the second. And Hewitt swings and misses at the Bovelin pitch. Well, Bo struck out the side in the 8th. Mustangs will pick up a game on both Great Falls and Idaho Falls, so hey, don't count the Mustangs out. Here's a ground ball hit to the right side. Second baseman makes the play. That's Hovey for out number 1. Here's Brady West 0 for 4, including a pair of strikeouts.
Number 3, the catcher, Brady West.
There's only been 2 home runs hit in these 4 games, 1 by each team. And Brady fouls one off the netting, 0-1. 2 nights ago was Cruz Taylor a solo homer in the 9th. And last night, Dusty Stroop tied it up with a solo shot in the 7th. Another lefty-lefty matchup. Bovelin to West. Pitch inside, 1-1. Mustangs bullpen just hanging around, ready to go out and celebrate the win if Bovelin can get the job done. The 1-1 pitch. Did he check the swing? Apparently he did not. A slow call by the third base ump, like he was thinking about it. Well, what should I do? Count 1 and 2. Bovelin to West. Outside, 2 and 2. Chukars will lose their 30th game of the year tonight. They've won 40, though. That's good. 10 games over 500. 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Brady has the hat trick. 3 strikeouts in the ball game and 4 at-bats. And Bovelin has now struck out 4 batters. This kid can pitch. Here's Callahan, the only RBI of the night. Bovelin, 23 years old, out of Central Oklahoma. I'm sure there's going to be a major league team looking at this kid.
Sure, many are looking at the Mustangs. They already had a pitcher get picked up by the Reds. That was John Correa.
Breaking ball called, strike one. Hey, bottom line, Bo's dealing out there, as did Kelvin Pilot. Callahan down on the count, 0-1. And the 0-1 on the way. A swing and a miss on a pitch down low, and it's 0-2. Chukars down to their final strike on this Friday night. Two outs, nobody on base. Bovelin has retired. 6 batters in a row looking for number 7 right here. The 0-2, outside. Well, Bovelin thought he had the corner. He was ready to head off the mound, but the pitch was outside. It's 1-2. Could be the final pitch of the night. The fans are quiet, and I can understand why. Fouled back by Callahan to stay alive.
That foul went straight back. Wants to keep your back straight? Go to the home run. The back
Eric tonight is 1 for 2. Singled and got the RBI in the second, walked in the fourth, and reached on an error in the seventh. So he's been on base all 3 times. The number 8 hitter in the Chukar batting order. And the 1-2 pitch inside and into the dirt. It's 2-2. Brian Pereira, big night for the Mustangs, 3 for 4 at the plate with 3 RBI. Every Billings player had a base hit in the game. But the story, Pilot and Bovelin combined has given up just 1 unearned run. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. The pitch from Bovelin. Call, strike 3, game over. Final score tonight, the Mustangs 5 and the Chukars 1. Back with our post-game show right after this. Chukars led 1-0 going into the top of the third. The Mustangs scored 3 runs in the third on 3 hits, but 2 big errors to take a 3-1 lead. The Mustangs tacked on a run in the 7th and a run in the 8th to make it a 5-1 final. We'll take a look at the final numbers in just a minute. Right now, let's check some scores from the major leagues.
Well, tonight, one of the bigger stories was Juan Soto's return to Washington. The Padres win 10-5. Cleveland blanks Toronto at Rogers Center 8-0. Baltimore defeats the Reyes 10-5. They had a no-no going in the 6th. Phillies defeat the Mets 2-1 in the 10th inning. The White Sox shut out Detroit 2-0. Boston defeats the Yankees 3-2 in extras. Aaron Judge with his 46th home run of the season. Seattle defeats Texas 6-2. The Dodgers had a no-no going to the 7th inning. It was Tony Gonsolin picking up the win against the Royals 8-3. Houston defeats Oakland 7-5. St. Louis defeats Milwaukee 3-1. Colorado leads Arizona 5-3. Minnesota blanked the Angels 4-0. The only 2 games active right now in the Bigs. Actually, there's only 1 game active. It's the Giants and the Pirates 4-3. The bottom of the 7th, 1 more score to give out. The Braves defeat the Fish, the Marlins 4-3.
In the Pioneer League, Grand Junction over Northern Colorado 11-5. Missoula beat Boise 11-9. Great Falls lost to Glacier 7-2. And in the bottom of the 7th, the Vibes lead the Ogden Raptors by the score of 10-5 as the kids are running the bases. Final line score for the victorious Mustangs: 5 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors. They left 15 men on base. Idaho Falls could muster only 1 run on 6 hits. The Chukars committed 4 errors, and they left 7 men on base. Winning pitcher was Kelvin Pilot, 6 2/3, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, gave up 1 run. It was unearned. Bo Bovelin did his thing in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. He struck out 5 of the 7 batters he faced to earn his 3rd save of the year. And Victor Rodriguez takes the loss, but he deserved better. Victor's record now drops to 2-2. No home runs were hit in the ball game that took 3 hours and 34 minutes to play in front of a crowd of 1,829 on Star Wars night. The Chukars lose by the score of 5-1. That's the bad news. Good news, they didn't lose any ground on Great Falls, but they had a chance to gain some ground. So Missoula now in sole possession of first place in the Northern Division. Great Falls and Idaho Falls 1 game back, or I should say, 1 game back. And Billings, watch out for the Mustangs. They're only 3 out of first place. Any final words, Noah?
Well, tonight the force was not with the Chukars tonight on Star Wars night, as the errors came back to bite them. It was a recurring theme in the first half. 4 errors committed by the Chukars really, I think, did them in here in this inning, and there were opportunities as well to come back from them. Thomas DeBonneville had a triple in the 4th, but he was unable to score. And after the 5th, the Chukars did not get a base hit, so the timely hitting to try and claw back in this ball game was not there. Tomorrow night we're hoping for better, though. We have Joe Slugger on the mound, who is tied for first in the league with wins at 7, so hoping for the best out there on the mound tomorrow. Should be a good game.
Once again, the final score tonight's game: Billings 5, Idaho Falls 1. We'll do it again tomorrow night, 7:05, with the first pitch. We'll be on air with the Toyota pregame show at 6:50. Until tomorrow night, for Noah Moore, I'm John Ball Jr. reminding you that Chukars Baseball is a presentation of Sandhill Media. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or the use of the pictures, videos, and accounts of this game is prohibited without the express written consent of the Pioneer League, Sandhill Media, and KSPZ, the Sports Zone. Tonight, the Chukars took it on the chin by the final score of 5-1. Good night, everybody. Good night, Jim.